I just got kicked out of the meeting. Did everyone else get kicked out?
I got kicked out as well.
Oh gosh,
Yeah, everyone.
Mhm. What happened?
I don't know. We're just about to see the big shebang of how you can look at Git history.
Could you do the last one you just did, where you after staging it,
Hmm.
then you typed git commit a then guatemala this that. Then I don't know what it means. I don't know what the rest you did.
So
The last thing you did before we were kicked off.
yeah, it was very dramatic, wasn't it? It was like the end of a soap opera where I was like, this is what Git log does, and then immediately we were taken out.
Okay, could it be that
It
one?
was building
Then
suspense. Yeah, I'll do it.
another
I
thing
will
I
do it
will
again.
let.
I'm just waiting for a couple more people to come back, and then I'll do that again, and we can talk through the output.
Okay. And another thing I would appreciate, like some of this terminology now, you can like stage. What does it mean in Git to stage? What does it mean in Git to do this or that? Because they use some words which we need to understand better to appreciate it well.
Yeah, I think it is trickier. And what I would suggest, I'll say it again, but I think the link which I'll share again because the previous link will be in the old meeting. Uh, the kind of infrastructure or the Git system is explained with pictures and more information in that link. So I'll say it here, but I would suggest that at some point, maybe in the break, people have a look through the information because it is a bit difficult to understand, and a diagram might help, a picture might help. So the way that I the way that I think about it in my own work is like I will open my computer and I'll have the latest version of the Git repository on my computer. Everything will be synced. The Git status will be clear. And there's like what I'm working on is exactly the same as in the Git repository. And so I know everything's up to date. And so I'll say today, I'm going to try and add that different method of finding differences in gene expression, say in gene activity. And I'm going to spend 5 hours writing new code, and it's going to involve loading different data sets, different processing of the data, different calculations, and different graphs. And hopefully this will run and hopefully nothing will break. And so at the end of the day, there will be the original version, which is the last committed version, and there will be all my local changes. So the critical thing is like there's a record, there's a version that was last committed to Git. So that's the last version Git is kind of aware of. And then there are all the changes you've done throughout the day. And so if I've changed 5 files, I can then add each of those files, git add to the repository. So I can say git add data processing file. And then I can say git add plotting file, git add results. And so all of those files have been staged. And it means when we're staging these files, it means they've got some changes. We want to add the changes to the repository, but we're not quite ready to send them off yet. We're just kind of preparing them. We're putting them in the staging area. And this is, yeah, I don't know, that it's a bit unintuitive. So again, I would suggest looking at the docs. But what it means is you can add files and changes slowly across a period of time. And when you've got all of the changes you want to make to your project, in this case, it would be change the differential expression calculation, you've got all of the files, all of the changes in the staging area, then you can just do git commit, and then you can write a nice message that says, we wanted to add differential expression calculations. It means we had to read in different data sets. And then we change pre-processing lines here because we need a different normalization method. And then we wanted to add the graph because it's a different graph to what we had before. And all of these changes are covered by this commit. And so then you would commit that, there would be a new version of your repository based on that commit. And you could then look within that commit for the changes to all the files that you've added separately. And so again, this is just to say that there's an adding stage, a committing stage, and they're kind of separate, but all of it is about recording changes to the repository so you can look back and see where changes were made to which files and by who and why with a good, you have good comments so you can see why.
Okay, thank you very much.
I know it's quite complicated. So again, yeah,
It's
ask
great
lots of
to know.
questions and don't be put off because it's complicated, and we can always look back on the material and online. There are better explanations and diagrams that will help as well. This actually, I'll just show this before, and then we can see if there's other questions. We can do here git log, and this is relevant here because again, this starts to put into context that you can look back and really clearly. So I made this file this morning in my time, 7:42. This was when I first added the basics of the file that we all did yesterday. And then I added the ingredients, which is another change everybody's made. And then there's the further change at the top, modify guacamole. That was when I replaced lemon with lime. And so this is like, I think this actually, like, obviously this is just us replacing lemon in lime in our example recipe, but this is super, super, super powerful. As I said, if you're going through code and you've got 1,000 lines of code and there's 7 people working on it and something breaks, you can git log and you can go immediately back. When did we change things? Why? And we can trace what time it broke. And then within that, of course, you can look at the exact changes line by line and figure out what's causing the problems. So this git log, I mean, this is of course true for code, but it's the same with documents. It's amazing how many times I write documents and then I change things, then I change them back, and then I change them again. I can't decide whether to keep stuff or not. Or we're writing a shared document and a colleague changes something, then I want to change it back. And, and without version control, all of that becomes really difficult to do. Whereas here it's really clearly captured and laid out. And that's a super powerful thing about Git. So what questions do we have about this kind of basics of Git, the repository, adding, committing, and this log? Feel free to unmute and say it or put it in the chat. Also, it's completely normal to just like have lost track of where we are. So if you just
Again,
want to
what was the
recap the last
question?
part, then let us know. What questions do you have about what we've covered so far? And if anybody is just falling behind and wants a minute to catch up, then please also let us know. It's completely normal. This is complicated.
Log is okay. I think he gave a status report. I did it in my own. He gave a status report of what I did yesterday and what was added today.
Amazing. And it worked?
Yeah.
And you can understand the output and you can remember the changes?
Yeah, the changes
Amazing.
when I did git log, it said commit, it wrote a long number, maybe it's the reference or whatever. I don't know what.
Exactly.
Yeah, head to master, then author, myself and my laptop, date yesterday when I did it. Then a line missing. They say added 3 ingredients to guacamole recipes. Then it came out.
Amazing. It all worked. That's great. So, Blessed Dave, if you um so if you have the commits from yesterday and are unable to see the current ones, that maybe means that you've made changes to the file, but you haven't committed them. So if you do git status, then it should tell you whether any of the files have been modified. So you can try git status, and if it's modified, then you'll need to do git add and git commit. And then, yeah, let us know if that works. And the git log, just to repeat that. So the git log, I think it always shows three. It will show the three most recent commits, and that allows you to say what changes were made recently, who made the changes, and I guess who broke the code in my case. So yeah, it just shows you the most recent changes and the message. This is why the message is really important. If your message isn't something that's going to make sense to you later, of course, it will be much harder to go back through these comments. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is look a bit more into this kind of git log history type thing. And again, what we're really like, what this really is powerful. The reason this is powerful because it allows us to track the changes that we've made, see what differences there were and when, and then if we wanted to, we could undo some of those changes, look back on a previous version of a file, unbreak our code, or unrewrite our precious text in our favorite document. So each of the commits that we can see here has this horrible long reference number, which is called a commit hash. And again, this is super important so we can track each previous commit individually. But there's a jargon term to explain here, which is called head, which is just written like this, HEAD in capital letters. And that refers to the most recent commit. And so the reason that it's useful to have this kind of general term is that you don't need to, every time you want to compare new changes, new local changes against the most recent committed version, you don't have to look up the commit reference number, the hash number, and compare your new changes against that hash, but rather you can just use this shorthand head and Git would automatically look up the most recent commit hash and compare your changes against that. So first we're going to do a demo of, well, it's called an ill-considered, we're going to write ill-considered change, but to me this represents all the mistakes I make when I'm coding, which are far too many and far too often. So it's a real common situation. We're going to add something new to our file that we're going to consider removing. So we open again the file using Nano Guacamole, and I'm using tab to auto-complete that. Nano will open the text editor, and now we're going to add a new line, which is an ill-considered change. And this is very real and very painful, as I say. So I'm just typing that in and Control X to exit. It's asking me if I want to save. So Y for yes. And then file name, it's asking me to specify a file name. And I'm just going to press enter and that will overwrite the same file. Okay. So we've updated that file. And just to repeat the previous commands, if we type git status, it will tell us that we've modified this file. And if we write git diff, it will show us which lines. So I hope everyone can see that in green with a plus sign, it says an ill-considered change. And so git diff is showing us really clearly exactly what changes we've made since we last committed this file to the repository. So another way we can get to that is by typing git diff head. And it's going to show exactly the same thing because by default, git diff compares your files to the most recent committed version. And remember, head is shorthand for the most committed version of a file. But the thing is, we might not always want to compare to the most recent version that we've committed. We might suspect that there's a problem, or maybe we've done something clever and we want to review our positive changes against previous versions, or sometimes, yeah, for some reason we might want to look further back. And so we can use this git diff again, and head would compare to the most recent committed version of a file, but we can use tilde. So that's the sign we were introduced to yesterday. And then we can use head tilde one, and that will compare local changes against the head -1 version. So that's the previous commit, well, the one before the most recent. How do you say that clearly? So in the list of commits, I guess first we would be comparing, or no, first if we did git diff head, it would compare first to this most recent one. And then if we did git diff head -1, head tilde one, sorry, then it would compare us to the commit before. And if we did head tilde 2, it would compare us to the commit before that. So this is just a way of looking at how our current local version compares to the versions that we've seen previously. And so remember, the changes we've made most recently is we've added this line, an ill-considered change, but the most recent commit actually was to add this line lime in replace of lemon. So if we compare to the previous version of the file, so the previous version, 2 versions ago, then we also have a new line lime, as that version had a lemon as the second ingredient. So we can go back further still. So head tilde 2 will compare the current version against the version that didn't have any ingredients. So it will look like we've added 3 different ingredients. So all of this is just to show how we can compare what our most recent version looks like against any version of the file in the history of the Git, which is great.
Hello.
Yeah.
I did get difference head -1 watermelon.com, and it gave me a lot of things, and I didn't come out fine, and it said end at the end, but it didn't come to the command line.
So was there,
I
so what,
don't it has even removed my command. I don't know.
so could you, what we have to use for head -1 is this sign called tilde that I will share in the
It,
chat now. Oops.
okay, instead of -1, you use tilde.
Exactly, yeah. Could you try that and then let me know if it works?
Okay,
Oh,
it's just telling me. Let me see if I can get out of the place.
Hello, James.
and you might, yeah, hello.
Yeah, I've done the same thing. I've used the same symbol, but the output it says ambiguous argument, unknown revision or path not in the working tree. Then it says use the double hyphen to separate paths from revisions.
I think I also have the same response.
Could you
So
type git status and let me know what git status tells you?
Okay. It says changes to be committed, modified. Yeah. It's working like modified green, but the other one is not working. So I don't know what's up.
So you have changes, you've modified just like we did.
Yes.
And actually, otherwise, yeah, that's normal to have a file to be modified and you can always compare backwards. So could you paste in the chat what happens when you do git? Could you paste like the whole command and the output? So I'll just show you what I mean.
For the git diff.
Yeah, so just so I can see exactly what command you've written and then what the output says.
Okay, I just did one change. So should I use 2 or 1?
You don't either.
Okay, let me just use 1 because I just made 1. So git supposed to be git diff, then this is the output.
Okay. So could you do git log
Okay.
and then again show me what the answer is, what the output is? What I think is probably happening, although I'm not completely sure, is in your git log,
Yes.
it looks like there's only one commit so far.
Yes.
Can you see that head to main and the added 3 ingredients to guacamole recipe? And
Yes.
so if you do git diff head, then that should work. And then because you're comparing your current version to the most recent committed version. But what you're trying to do with head tilde 1 is look for the committed version before that, which doesn't exist because so far you've only committed once that file. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. Okay.
So git diff head should work and you'll compare local versus most recent. And actually what we'll do now is we'll commit these changes and then you can try, then there'll be 2 commits on
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
file and
It's
git head should
it's
work.
the git diff head has worked.
So there are various ways we can play with
Let-
this, which yeah.
When I added to the 1, it gives me fatal error. But when I just leave the head like that, just normal with git diff head guatemala.md, it gives me the results needed. But when I put head -1 inside it, or to the 1, it gives me
Fatal error.
ambiguous argument.
Yeah, because I think he said you have not committed the current version, so that's why.
Okay.
So Blessed, I think that your so Blessed has just written a message in the chat, and I think yours will be the same as Sylvester, which is there's only one commit in the history, and head tilde 1 is looking for the second most recent commit, which doesn't exist yet. So you can only compare against previous versions. And if there's only one previous committed version, then you can't look for the second most recent version because we haven't done that yet. Obi, could you post the command and the output in the chat and I'll have a look at that?
For the error message.
Yeah, could you post what you actually typed as well and the output including the error and then I can have a look at that.
Okay.
I'll just quickly go on and finish. Oh, is that you?
Hold on, just
And Blessed, if you could share also in the chat the command and the output that's not working. Sanate, I wonder if you could in the chat maybe help troubleshoot those two because those 2 questions because I can't without seeing them I can't know what's happened.
unfortunately, it didn't. My command line was not there. Okay, the argument. My command line was not picked when I. Okay, it was. See the OB at all be precision.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see what I did there? Desktop recipes,
Okay, so this
the
is a problem
different
because,
head to the one, go to mailer.com.
yeah, that one is because there's a space between head and the tilde one.
Yeah, the former one, okay,
So this, there's a
I did
space.
different ones. Let me try it again.
So you see there's just a space and you come
So
for
there's
styles.
there should be no. I did another one with no difference, and it gave me the same error message. Let me get that one for you.
Hello, James.
Yeah, hello.
I think you all have the same problem because we only have one commit saved. We don't have the second ones.
See the one I did with there's
But
no
the
space
thing is,
between head and tilde one. See
oh
get
yes, so that's true.
the same error
Yeah,
command.
then I think it's so. What did Obi? How many commits are there in your Git log? If you do Git log, could you paste the output
Okay,
of
let
that?
me check. Let me check. Now, what when I did git log, I just had what I had before on git log. I don't understand the full meaning of it.
Could you paste the output of that?
Yeah. See the result of what I got.
So this, yeah, this is the same thing.
It's only one
So
commit I have there.
yeah, and exactly. So when you're trying to do head tilde one, you're looking for what happened 2 commits ago, but at the moment we only have 1 commit to that file, so the Git can't find it and it's telling you it doesn't exist.
Okay.
So that's okay.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
we're just gonna, there's only one more part of this lesson which we'll do, and then we can pause a bit and hopefully get through one more part of the Git stuff. So going back to what I'm showing on my screen, I've done git diff and it will show us that we've got this ill-considered change, say any change that we've added to our file that we don't actually want to commit. So say we realize actually that was something we didn't want to include. And again, in this case, it's a single line, but it could be 50 lines distributed over 8 files in code, or it could be 500 lines across eight files of code. And instead of having to undo all of them at the same time, if we've committed them all in the same commit, then we can do this nice thing, git restore. In fact, I'm going to put this at the top. Oops. So just to remind everyone where we're at, we made this change to our file, an ill-considered change. And now we want to undo that. We can type git restore guacamole.md. So when I'm typing git restore guacamole.md, I'm saying restore, go back to the previous committed version. And if we type cat and guacamole, then we'll see that the ill-considered change in the instructions has been removed. So hooray. And this could be true, as I said, of lots of changes in code, or it could be true of a document or a presentation. You can version control lots of different types of files. And if you commit lots of, well, a kind of group of changes under one commit, it's very easy to undo that by for example, using restore. And so, yeah, on the link that I shared, there's a bit more information about how that's put together and how you can look at specific, going back to specific versions. But for now, just going to have a look at what we should try and do. Bear with me a second. So what I think we will do now is what I'm working through and what we were looking at is the link I shared earlier, which is a whole lesson about Git. And we've done altogether there are 14 episodes and we've just finished 5. The last 5 or so are a bit shorter and are things that you can read through separately. We've covered a lot of really important material. We're now at ignoring things, but I think we're going to go now to remote in GitHub, and we won't have time to finish this, but I think it's really important to show remote means a kind of a Git repository saved on GitHub, and GitHub is the website that shows that kind of hosts repositories and make them easy for us to look at. We had a question earlier about that. Could I have a sign, either reaction or message in the chat? Has everyone seen a GitHub repository before? Like a GitHub web page that has code or information?
From the official website?
Yeah, anyone, any GitHub repository or any data or code or information shared on GitHub.
Okay, I've never shared, but I've seen some.
How about everyone else?
I've also seen some.
Would it be useful for me to share screen quickly to show a GitHub repository and how it looks on the website?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Because we might see it, I might not know what it means.
Cool. All right, I'll quickly share that now, and then we'll go and try and finish that or
So,
introduce that part.
excuse James, I have a
Yeah, of
question.
course. Yeah.
You want us to transfer the local one to the online one?
Yeah.
Okay, so my
Is-
question,
Mhm.
I've checked my Git log on the terminal, and I
Mhm.
realized I made a mistake. I made a mistake typing my email. Is there a way to change it to the correct email?
Yep.
Okay, how do I do
That's a
it?
great question. That's a really good question. And the way that you can do that is here. I'll put it in the chat anyway, so you can git config -- global user.email, and then in quotes you can add your email there. I don't think it would break anyway, but it's good practice to have that. So
Okay,
I'm just sharing screen quickly of how what a GitHub repository looks like. So this is something that I work on at UCL, and the point is that it's just a kind of web platform for showing the folders and the files that we've been working on. So here we have folders. We've created a folder called recipe, and these folders are just, this is just a way of showing that. And within each of the folders, you have files, just like we made a file called guacamole.md. On this one, I have a readme.md file. So this is the same format, markdown format. And this is, in this case, it's an introduction and it tells you what we do. It has some quick start instructions. This is quite common for GitHub. It tells you how the structure is, how the project is structured, how you start, all sorts. So generally we'll land on a GitHub page and there'll be some kind of introduction explaining key information, I guess. There'll be some code, I guess, often. So here we have, this is a Python project, so there'll be lots of Python script files. Can you see this? Is everyone, yeah,
Yes, we can see.
that would be great. So yeah, so inside that we have code files, and often we will have a docs folder, and in the docs folder, we will have some documentation about how you use the software or the, I don't know, whatever it is we're discussing. And so this is just to show what a kind of repository looks like. And I guess the critical thing is two things I would say. One is that it's just a web platform for visualizing what we're working on in our command line, whether it's Visual Studio Code or in a terminal or Windows subsystem for Linux, whatever program we're using to work with code. As I'm sure we will all agree, after a day of coding from the command line, it's much nicer to view things from a kind of a visualization platform that lays everything out neatly, and we can navigate more in the way that by clicking in the way that we're useful. But the other thing is that it provides an interface for users, right? If we want to share code or we want to release software, anyone can come and look at this and we can explain what happens, and it's a really nice way for being transparent and open about this. So yeah, question?
I would like to ask regarding the safety and privacy of it. Is there a way to make things to be in public and things to be in private to let certain people access, like your lab mate? And second question, it's on the README file. The README file introduces each what you are doing. Is it do you do it for each and every folder, or yes, or directory? Thank you.
Excellent. Two excellent questions. So the first one is you can have it public or private, and if it's private, well, either way, you can have collaborators that you can invite to work on the project. And if it's private, then only the owner of the repository and the collaborators will be able to see it. Obviously, if it's public, everyone can see it. And so, yeah, that's quite nice. And then for the READMEs, that's kind of up to you. And the way that I'm not, I guess it's project by project, and there should be a kind of introduction so someone can read quickly what the repository does, what the key, what it's aiming to do, what does it actually do. If it's code, it should give an idea of what the code does and what the output looks like. And then often, if it's a software tool, which is what I was showing there, you do want a bit more detailed documentation so that when people come to use it, they can actually figure out what stats are being done or how the code works or how they can contribute to it. But the level of detail required for each section of your project is a bit project dependent, but it's a super important question and something to think about carefully for sure. Yeah, Sylvester.
So James, yesterday I used the same command you gave for registering the email, but my question was I registered, I made a mistake typing my email. So when I do the git log on the author section, it gives my username and the wrong email. So I tried to use the command again, but it does not change. So my question was, how do I change it to the correct email?
Sorry, I misunderstood. So I don't know. Shall we look at that in the break? I mean, it's not going to break anything. That it
Okay.
doesn't connect. As far as I know, that git commit doesn't connect your email in any way, for example, to your login. So it's not going to break if it's the wrong email. Just if you ever looked back, it would always show the wrong email. But I don't think that's a big problem, and I suspect you could change it. And so yeah, if you want to, we could look into that in the break. If you
Okay,
want
no
to.
problem.
So Blessed, that's a good question. If you share the link to a repository, then you're sharing the whole everything. And so anyone who can view that can view all parts of the project. And I have looked into this before, making parts of it public and parts of it private, but that's not possible. So if you're sharing it, you're sharing the whole thing. So we don't have much time until a break is scheduled here.
Hello, James.
Hello.
Yeah, please can I went to where setting up the set up this where we were talking about the emails and all those things, configuration, command. Okay, those commands for, like here we are using nano amongst the command. I thought this were the
Yeah.
nano. We've used nano. VS Code. What does it do? Well, I don't know some of them. Like gedit Linux or so. I don't understand some of this, what they are
So
talking here.
Nano is just something that allows you to edit your text, and Visual Studio Code. So as you saw yesterday, you used NaNoWrite to edit the text, and it was a bit awkward. It's not like
No.
Microsoft Word that has lots of buttons you can press and lots of clear functionality, and we get stuck in Nano. And so basically, it's a fairly basic text editor that is not.
I use Text Studio for my work.
But so what do you normally use?
Text Studio.
Text Studio. So I don't know what that is. I
Okay.
get it might. It's like, is it another type of text editor?
Yes.
So maybe like Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code is just another text editor that has more buttons and more functions, and it's a bit easier to use than Nano.
Okay. Okay,
So it's
maybe
another way that you can edit your files.
can we try it from command line and get to that place?
To Visual Studio Code or to GitHub, to repository?
Pardon?
Do you mean, you said, can we go from command line and get to that place? Do you mean to go to, where do you want to go?
To the text editor.
GitHub?
To the
The
text
text.
editor. Yeah.
The way, so if you're using Visual Studio Code, you would open that software, and within it, it has a file open option. So you actually open the text file directly in Visual Studio Code.
I'm using, yeah, well, I use more with Linux. I use Linux, and inside Linux, we install Text Studio, which I use for my text editor. I use it to type and generate the PDF of my thesis. So that's the one I use.
So that is more for documents rather than code, I guess. And I think Visual
Yes,
Studio
it's just
Code
for
more.
mathematics. It's for test. It's not for coding per se. Yeah, because
So
it's
I
an
guess
edit.
they're all kind of file editors, aren't they? So yeah, I guess Visual Studio Code is just another one for editing files, but specifically for code
Yeah,
or
SD code is Visual Design is for coding, mainly for coding.
Yeah.
I don't use it. I use it for coding. That VS Code. I use it for coding, but text editor I'm talking about.
Text editor.
Yes. Because I saw here gedit is well, you can use it for both text and code. Then okay,
Yeah. I guess you have to play around and find the one that's best for each part of your different part of your project.
Okay, and I've seen Emacs. I use Emacs and gedit and Recode. It's okay. You can use, but
So what I would think so we're basically at the break now. I'm going to take just a couple of minutes and we're not going to work through this for time.
when are we coming back?
We're going to just wait, hold on. Let me just so what I'm looking at here, so an important part of Git and GitHub is having a remote repository where you can send your project and so other people can share it. It also means if you work on more than one computer, maybe you have a computer at work and you have a personal laptop or something like that. If you push everything to GitHub remotely, that means all of your computers or colleagues or anything can access the same information. So it is really useful to understand a bit about how this thing called remote work. So this link I will share now in the chat is directly for this episode. Remember, all of these links are part of the same lesson. I'm just sharing the different kind of chapters. And so there are instructions here for how you can. So we've been working locally, haven't we, on our computer in a local Git repository. And these are instructions for creating a remote repository. And all that means is that the information is shared, is saved and held on the internet somewhere or in a, somewhere remote. And you can then access from your machine, from another machine, from a colleague can access it. And all of those can stay synchronized, so you're all working on the same project, basically the same versions. So there are some instructions to set up the repository on the website here. That should be relatively straightforward because these are really detailed pictures. Then again, there's some like diagrams of how it's all working. And what's really important is then we connect our local to our remote, and this is really clever because then you can start comparing your local changes to the remote one. And so if there's a colleague working on it, you can always stay up to date and see what changes they've made, make sure that their changes and your changes don't clash and all those kinds of things. Then there's some setup stuff there. But what I wanted to just show you is that in the end, there's this extra really important command called git push. And so one thing is committing our changes to our local repository, which is adding a new version to the Git repository we have. And then there's this third part of the version control, which is pushing to the remote one. And that means anyone who has access to the remote one can see it. So when you commit, you're only committing locally on your machine, on your computer. But then you can do a third part. So you add to stage, you commit to save, and then you can push the changes to the remote repository. And that's how they end up on the GitHub website that everyone can see. And that's how your colleagues can stay up to date with what you're working on as well. And so there's a bit more. Okay. So we don't have time now is the break. We will stop there. There is plenty more information on the website link that I shared. Remotes is the next most important thing, collaborating. And and I think we should come back in half an hour, which is 11, I think, local time. Yeah, Senate?
Before we go, I wanted to know if everyone has like R installed.
Yeah, good question.
Because if not, they can leave it downloading while they go on a break, so that when we come back, it's installed. I'm gonna share the link. Yeah.
I don't have it installed. I think also RS. Where can we install the R?
Okay, the link I've shared is the link to this. There's a part where there's R, and depending on which OS you use, Windows, Linux, or Mac, there'll be instructions on how to install it. So
Thank you very much.
Or you asked if you have the R installed, the R Studio.
Yes, RStudio.
Oh, okay. I have mine installed.
Yeah, so the link I shared, when you scroll down, there's a part about R. It will show you how to download depending on which OS. So you can do that during the break, and then we can meet at 11.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, James, anything? I'm done, my side.
No, that's great. That's great. Thank you. And we'll come back at 11.
Hey James, are you back?
Hello, yeah, I'm here. I'm ready.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to see if I'm just sharing my window only or the whole screen. I don't know.
It's just the R Studio window.
Also, right now it's only R Studio, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. I think everyone is back. I don't know. Can I get a thumbs up reaction to see how many people are back? Okay, I think everyone is back. My name is Sanatela Komola. I'll be taking you through the introduction to R. Did everyone manage to install R? Is there someone who hasn't managed? They can unmute or...
Yes, I managed to install R and R Studio.
Okay. Yes, anyone who hasn't managed to install R Studio?
Yeah, I've not been able to install it.
Okay. Which OS are you using?
I'm using Ubuntu, Linux.
Ubuntu. Did you manage to download the file?
Not see where the file is.
Hello?
Okay.
I did not get that.
I've not been. Can only see R is a programming language. Okay. They did it. There's no place to download it or something like that.
There's a link I shared before we went for a break.
That's the link. On the link I am now.
Okay, let me quickly do this. So you are on this link, right?
Yes.
Yes, so if you scroll down, there's R
Down,
and then
I'm at the down where they say installing the R Studio
yes.
IDE.
Yes.
But there's no place to download it, I've seen.
If you just copy and paste these commands, it should
Which
do
command?
it. These.
Is it the exec file? Install R by exec file. I don't understand it.
You were saying?
I don't understand the command they want to use for me to download it and install it.
Okay, can you copy and paste these into your command line?
What do I copy? Is it this exec file?
Yeah, you can
Or installing the
just copy everything as it is, because
which file which line do you want me to copy?
commented
There's a problem with the voice.
so the comments won't run. Just Windows, MacBook, all of them.
I can install all of them. I'm not using Windows. I'm not using Mac. I'm using Linux.
Yes, this is for Linux.
So what's the command to download the file? I should get it from here.
Yes, that's why I was like, it's
download,
best if you just copy everything.
where do I copy from?
Isn't it you're on this link, the same link I am in, and then you go to R and then click Linux.
I should download R.
It will install R and then install RStudio after. Yes.
This thing is becoming so awkward. I clicked, Ari showed me different countries, and South Africa is not in the country list they showed me. Nevertheless, I want to, I don't know where the comprehensive archive network is available for this. I don't know where again to go and download it.
Okay, let me find out another way. Which you're using
That's the
Ubuntu?
problem I had the other time. I don't know why I'm having this problem. Ish.
Are you using Ubuntu?
I'm using Ubuntu. Is James there? Is James there? Can
Yeah.
he help us?
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure, but do you think we could write this in the chat? And then do you want to get started, Sonate, and I can try and help in the chat? Or do you think we need to, is it something we need to discuss with the words?
Okay, if you can help in the chat, that's nice.
Yeah, but you don't leave me now because I need to get going. If you leave me, I've missed it. I don't know where to get the download of our code. That's just the problem I have.
Okay.
I'll post in the chat.
If I can get a link for the download, then installing it is not a
Okay.
problem. Or I will try and see if I can.
I posted a link on the chat. You're using it Ubuntu, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I've posted a link to download, and then you can just copy paste those commands. It should also work.
Okay.
Okay, while she's still installing, I'll just make a brief introduction about R, because we'll wait for her when it gets to commands. So R is an open source programming language, and it's mostly designed for statistical computing and for any data analysis. It's used in like various fields. I don't know.
This thing should have
Which
been told. It's the
fields
same.
are you-
It's the same thing I have here. You know, RStudio.
Yeah. Obi, you were saying?
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
The link I sent you, did it download the file into your computer?
I'm trying to use it.
Because once you click it, it should automatically download into your computer. Okay. I will continue. I was saying R is used in various fields because in various fields there's different types of data. If you guys don't mind, on the chat, you can type which field you're working in.
Please, can you help me ask who's using Linux so that I know where the problem is?
I think, okay, let's do this. May you please share your screen in the meeting? Obi?
The software here does not allow me to share. Wait, let me see how. Yeah. This is what we should have been told beforehand, then we should have done it since.
It's refusing for you to share your screen.
Yeah, it's not possible for me to share. I'm using
So
Linux. It's not easy. And that's the problem I had the other time. Again, and today again, the same problem.
okay, I'm also on Linux, Obi. So if you click that share screen and then entire screen and then share, it should be able to share.
How did you install it? I'm sorry to disturb you. How did you install it? Were you the person that did the installation?
How did I install what?
Yes, since you are using Linux, how did you install RStudio in
Yes,
your...
I installed it using the same commands I posted on the chat.
There's no command you posted. You just gave me a link.
I gave you a link, and then after, just below the link, there's an install.
I've not seen it. Only...
Okay, I'll copy it and send it again. But you managed to install the file, right?
Which file?
It
Sudo
managed to
app-based.
download.
Okay. Is R-based the same thing as the RStudio? Hello, ma'am. Is the
Hello?
R-based? First of all, install R-based.
Yeah, it's
Then,
a base, like you need it. You can't install RStudio without it, which is why you install
okay.
RBase, and then after the one that says CD downloads, that's when you install RStudio.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, from the chat, I can see some said in the biomedical research, some nuclear physics. So with R, you'll be dealing with different data from different fields, right? So your nuclear physics, maybe you do your experimental data analysis with it, your data visualization, maybe your spectral analysis, whatever data you'll be using. And then same goes for those in biomedical research. Those in biomedical sciences, they can do like analysis of clinical trials or medical imaging. So that's how broad R is when it comes to using data, right? Obi, did you manage
Yeah, I'm trying to install the base first. Continue, I'll be there. I think I've gotten, by God's grace, I think I'll succeed.
Okay.
Continue.
Yes, I will. So when you open up R, this is like your landing page, right? This is what you see. And then you will have the interactive console, which is this part where you can type up whatever comments, whatever code you have here, right? But it won't be like saving. And then you would have your environment here. Basically, when you, as you see, as we code, whatever variables we save, you will see them stored here. And then here we have your files, your plots, your packages, your help view, your viewer, your presentation thing. So if you click here, that resizing window, this will be
sorry, you
where
gave
you
me
write
an
your,
error sign.
yes.
He gave me an error sign. He couldn't install it.
What is it saying? I'll copy the error into the chat.
Yeah, sorry. Let me try it again and see what it will give me. So it's telling me that reading package list done, unsupported file. That's /R studio. That's the okay, let me post it in the this.
Okay.
What's the command line for the Windows? Is it
Since you're already in downloads, can you, oh, are you in downloads? Are
I
you in
want
downloads
to
right now? If you're already in downloads, just type sudo apt install instead of seeding into downloads folder.
I should type sudo app.
Because you're already in downloads, right?
Yeah, sudo app install.
Or where the file has downloaded, it has downloaded in
Yeah.
downloads, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you run that, it should.
It's still giving me. Okay, let me send what is this installed. Let me check whether it's even in the system. I don't know.
You are using Ubuntu, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Yes.
Okay. Can you just type on the command line, just type RStudio? Or just search for it in the computer. Maybe it's already installed from what I see.
I'm trying to do. Let me see. They're not found.
If you say RStudio, you just
That
search.
can be installed. Okay, so give me another command. Sudo snap install.
From what I see, it's like it has already installed everything, if I'm not mistaken. So if you just search it for it in the computer,
No, it's not.
even without using the command line, you just search RStudio.
Yeah. Can I get a command because I don't know what is wrong? It's not going through.
You're saying?
I'm not succeeding. I'm not having a breakthrough installing it.
May you please try sharing your screen? Just on the meeting there, click share screen. Obi? Obi? May you click share screen and then share? And click on the entire screen and then share. Yes, thank you. Can you do LS?
Huh?
Can you do LS where you are? Let's see what you have in your downloads.
I have a lot in my bed, but today there's nothing. It's not installed there.
Okay, I don't think you have downloaded the file. Or have you?
I did the first command, and he finished and told me that through, but I didn't know that it didn't go through. The command to.
Can you go to the R's, QRS? You should have like an RStudio. I don't think it has downloaded.
Should
Okay,
I?
let me.
You saw the link.
Sorry,
link I
This
Katie,
is
sent.
wasting time for me. You can continue. I don't want to waste my mates this thing.
Obi, do you want to come in a
These are
separate
some of
meeting?
the things we should be told beforehand to prepare. Yesterday, we could have been told. Then we'll figure it out. Not at the dying minute, and we are
Obi,
being
should we?
stressed up and.
I think, Obi, if you want to, I mean, either we're going to have to start and you can watch and then we can figure out your installation at lunch, or we can go in a separate meeting and figure out the installation now, and then you can catch up with the commands as we're talking through it. But we should definitely start now. So do you want to just watch
Yeah,
until
you can
lunchtime?
start. The problem I had this in May when I was doing this, and that's why I'm repeating this course. I had the same problem in May, but I don't know
Okay,
why
so
today yet I still have challenges installing these things. They didn't tell us before time to rectify it. No,
yeah, it should have.
it's
It was in the
it's not
instructions. It
right.
should have been shared. It should have been. I think it was shared in the instructions. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. What we're either going a separate meeting now to try and sort this out, or we can discuss at lunchtime if you don't want to miss the main class. But we should definitely start.
Okay.
What do you prefer to do, Obi? Do you want to just watch along for
I don't
now?
want to disturb the meeting going. Let's just
We
continue
start
maybe
and then
during lunch. Yeah.
okay, and we can look at it during lunch. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. I should stop sharing it?
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry to disturb colleagues. I'm very, very sorry.
Okay, as I was saying, here we have where you'll have your R script. So you may, down here, if you type here, it will just be your commands. It's not saving anything. But if you want to save whatever you are typing, this is where you'll be doing the typing. And when you open scripts, that's where they'll open up.
Please, could
So,
you blow your screen a bit? The screen is small. Yeah, it's better. I think it's the typewriting that is small. Okay.
is there?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, I wanted to zoom in. Is there somewhere I can change the font?
Okay, you can make
Change.
it small and change the font if it's possible.
To make it bigger.
Okay. Yes. Where was I?
Yeah, better.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just gonna go down here, everyone, and then we can use R as a calculator. Maybe your 1 plus 1. It's your 2, right? Your 1 plus 100. You get your answer right here. So this is the command, the code we wrote out, the command we wrote out, and then this will be the answer. So if you do something like 1 plus, I can notice like you have an incomplete command. So it won't do anything even if you press enter until you say maybe 1 plus 2 after we press enter. That's how it will be, right? So if you have, as a calculator, it follows the, what are these? The order of operations, same as a calculator. So you have 2 plus 5 times 2. It should calculate them. And then if you add your parentheses to show, okay, do this, because the order says you do parentheses first, that's when it will change your answer, right? Are we all able to type any commands on our console?
Yes, we can type.
Okay, that's nice. So if you have maybe 2 divided by 1000, you will get that 2 divided by 10,000. So it will give the answer like this. This is same as saying 2 times this part is the same as saying 10 to the power negative 4, right? So it also has scientific notation, which is why you get this. So if you want to say 5 times 10 to the power 10 times 10 to the power 3, you can just do 5e3, and then it will just write down your answer. So before we continue, if you do like get wd, which is like get your working directory, it's It's like the PWD version of Linux, right? So what you were doing yesterday. So PWD, it gives you the path of where you are, right? This is where I currently am. I'm not in any other folder. So it also does what do you call it? Mathematical functions. So you can do like your sine 1. You'll get that, or you can do your natural logarithm, which is maybe log 10, log 1. It's that accurate, right? You can do like a base 10 logarithm. A base 10 logarithm is like your log 10. So if you want to do like an exponential, maybe like to the power, exponential to the power of 0.5, so you can have exp 0.5. So it does basic, it can do all the scientific or basic mathematical functions, right? It also do comparisons. So if you want to compare, is 1 equal to 1? You use like your double signs, right? We expect the answer to be what in this one? 1 equals to 1. What kind of value do we expect? So we expect like a truth value, right? A true or a false. So 1 is indeed equals to 1. Is 1 equals to 11? It's false, right? So that's when you compare, when you compare things, you always expect a truth value, which is either true or false, right? Is 1 less than 2? It's true. Is 1 greater than 2? You get your false. Is 1 greater or equal to? So if you do less than or equals to, so you'll be like, is it less than or equal to 1? If you check, it's true. It is equal to or less than 1. But if you say equal to or less than 2, it's still true because 1 is less than or equal to 2. If you do 5, is 5 less than or equals to 2? It's false because it's neither of the statements is not equal to 2 and it's also not less than 2, right? So we can assign values to values to variables. Let's say you want to do like x equals to 5. So how do you do it? You have x to assign. This is what we use in what I've typed here. That's me assigning 5 to the variable x. When you press enter, nothing should happen, right? Because that is just you assigning a variable. If you look at this window, our environment window, it has stored, okay, this is our value here, and we have the element 5. The variable x is assigned the value 5. If we want to access that value we have assigned, how do you do it? You just type your x and then it will do 5. If we say maybe x, we assign it to something else. Let's assign it to like 4. Did you see it also changed here? Okay, X is no longer 5. So let me try clear this. I was doing X equals to 4. You can see, okay, our value X is now this. You can store as many variables as you want, right? Equals to 3. You can see here, okay, it's storing things. So you have your W3, X4, Y5. So if you want to access one of those, you just type it out, right? Your Y, your X, your W. And then, let me see. You can also save it as like you do your X equals to 1 plus 2, right? You are saving whatever, it will compute what's in here and then store it in our X. Because I had said X, I'll just do 1 plus 22. You will see the value of X changing to 23. Now it has changed this. Can say X is equals to 1 divided by 40. It will change the value also. It will mean if you type X. So here you can see it's overwriting whatever you already have. If you use the same variable name, it will keep overwriting. So you can do your log W. If you try to do maybe log D, you'll get an error because an object is not found error because you did not at any point during all this store the value D, right? It does not exist. When we are doing this, since you already have your W, X, Y as these, you can have like a new element, maybe Q, you assign it to X plus Y. It will just compute this and then assign it to, store it in the variable Q, right? So our Q, our X is 0.025, our Y is 55, it just added the 2, and then it stored them there. You can also have like your U, it's X plus X, or X times X. You'll have, to print out, remember you have to do your U equals to this. So when you working with your variable names, they can contain like letters, your numbers, or underscores, but it cannot have any periods or spaces. So you can have like ABC as a variable name or ABC123 as a variable name, but you can not have ABC AX because why? There's a space here. Or you cannot have ABC123.AS as a variable name. As we've been working, it is also possible to use assigning, it is possible to assign just using the equal sign, right? X equals to 1 plus 2 plus 3. But this is like not encouraged. For you to be consistent, this is how you assign a variable. You use this less than sign and a minus instead of the equal sign. It will work, but for consistency, they recommend this one. So I'm going to put on the comment on the chat a list of variable names, and then in them just tell me which ones can be used and which ones cannot be used. You can just type out the ones that cannot be used as variable names.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Anything? What's going? I've succeeded in getting it out.
Okay, that's great. Did it open?
Yeah. I had to search and find a way out.
So are you, that means you have this screen on the console, right?
Where's my screen again? Oh, let me check my screen again. Did it go? Yeah, said the error has occurred.
Okay, regarding the statement, I made a statement earlier that it cannot have like a period. It can have a period. The variable name still can have a period, but they cannot start with a period. But it shouldn't have any spaces in between.
It crashed. I don't know what happened. After during break, we sort it out.
USA?
Hello.
Hello?
What are you doing right now? Are we confirming the variables you can use, or what did you say about these variables?
No, it was, I had given the list of variables, and then I said which ones are the correct way of naming the variables using R after mentioning what I had, and then I corrected what I had said, that it cannot have a period, but then it just says it cannot start with a period, but it can have periods in between the words, whatever variable name you want to use, as long as it doesn't start with a period, that's fine. Let me share the notes I'm using right now so that everyone sees where we are. I have shared a link to the notes in the chat. So we are at the very top episode, Introduction to R. And we are at variables and assignment. The notes I'm using, I've shared the link in the chat. Okay, let's continue. We're at vectorization. So variables and functions can have vectors as values. If you have, so a vector is basically a set of values in an order of the same data type, right? So if you have 1 to 5, you are basically saying, give me numbers listed from 1 to 5. That's what you will have, right? Press enter, you get that. You can simply say 2 to the power 1 to 5. Where's my power thing? So 2 to the power 1 to 5, it basically means I want 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 2, 2 to the power 3, 2 to the power 4, 2 to the power 5, right? So you having that's a set of values, you can still store them like how we were storing the variables, right? You can have the variable A, assign it to, remember an equal can work, but this is the way it's better to assign. You'll have A is equal to your 1 to 5. That means it has stored it. If you see, let me drag this down. Why is it not moving? If you see on your environment, it will show you, okay, your value A, these are the elements in your value A, right? And then if you just do 2 to the power A here, instead of typing 2 to the power 1 to 5, it basically does the same thing. So if you want to list all the variables you have stored, this will just work. It's not about your computer, it's about the environment of the studio, right? All the variables that you have there, as compared to the ls when you were using ls yesterday without the brackets on Linux. It was just ls here. You will list all the variables stored in all the objects stored in the environment. You'll see if you just type ls by itself, it doesn't, and it will take it as if you have a variable, right? Without the brackets, it assumes that you have a variable called ls, and then when you try access it, it's just there like giving you an error. So if you want to delete one of these variables you have, you can do rm. I think if you remember from yesterday, these they are similar, as you can see from what you were doing yesterday, right? You were doing rm. This here, the difference I believe for r is the parenthesis, right? If you remove x, you will see it gets deleted from the environment, it gets deleted from these values. So if you try to access x right now, it's going to tell you that objects or whatever variable you have, it doesn't exist, right? Right now I can do I can do y, it gives me a value, but then if I do rmy, I'm removing it. That means now that I have deleted y, I need to assign it again to access these. So if you have a lot of things in your environment and then you just want to delete them all, I don't know if you covered rm star yesterday. Instead of rm star, you do rm list equals to ls. So it will delete everything on the list. Because remember, when you do ls, you are just printing everything. And now our environment is empty. It has deleted everything. So with R, there's packages. Most packages, some people are still working on them, mostly depending on what you're working on. For example, here we have those in biomedicine and then those in physics. So depending on what packages you want to work with, you can just download with them. Did you all manage to access the notes?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So we are at our packages. You can see what packages are installed by typing installed and then packages in parentheses. Or if you know which package you are looking for, you can just check for just that package name. You can update installed packages. You can remove a package if you don't want it, or you can make a package available for use so that other people, like I said, if you create some packages, you want people to use it, you can just create a package and then share it, right?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh, okay. I didn't quite get what packages are or what they do. What's their function?
So packages are like functions, a combination of like functions, and then you just want to access them instead of creating your own packages. Sorry, your own functions.
Okay, could you give an example maybe in a specific field so maybe I could understand from that perspective?
Okay, on the notes we have these. How should I say it? So let's say you upload to maybe there's in I think in this course there's packages that will allow you to manipulate data, right? Maybe I think dplyr is one of the functions later on you're gonna deal with. Instead of you typing the whole code doing for everything, you just make you just utilize that functionality that's already there for you. I don't know about R. Let me check if R does add. If you have, okay, for example, other programming language, you'll have like the add. Instead of you doing 1 + 1, 1 - 1 times 1, you can just do like add 1 and 1, and then it just does that. That's another way of having one of your packages there. Or if you want to plot, if we're going to be plotting, you'll see it cuts down. It's like the packages everyone has created already, so that all you do is just click you just write plot, just what's one function plot, and then behind that function it's like a lot of things. So I'm just gonna show you a code for I don't know if I'll be confusing you even more. I don't know. Did I make it better or worse for you? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, I was asking if I made it better or worse by trying to explain.
Okay. Does it work like a loop or something like uh right now I'm checking it like when you say to the notes I went to refer.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying I went to refer to the notes like you said. I forgot you sent the links for the notes.
Oh, okay. So there's a challenge under our packages, challenge 2. If we all can just type it down. And then just, I know you can view the solutions, but it's best you just do it yourself so that you can see the difference, right? Did everyone get did everyone after running these get a mass being 47.5 109.25? Like here in your environment, you should be able to see, okay, mass has changed after doing this. Right now, my current age is 122. If I do a computation, because it's saying age is equals to age is equals to age minus 20, the value should change for age. It just overrides the previous value. And then I said when it comes to comparing, you either get a true or false. Is mass greater than age? You get a Boolean, either you're true or false. So then it says you should clear your environment. You'll have your RM. You can do that list ls, but then here it's only two variables. You're just gonna delete your age and your mass. Oh, looks like I closed my studio by mistake. Can you all see my screen again?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I closed it by mistake. So now we are going to install, go into challenge 5. We're going to install the packages. Those packages they've listed, you can just copy and paste there to install the packages. And by now, everyone should be able to assign values to variables, to list the variables in a program, to delete the objects in our environment, and to install packages. Between those I've listed, is there someone who's stuck somewhere? Are we all good with those so far? Or is there any
That
question?
I don't understand. I'm not following because I've been left out. And
Okay.
this is the way I register for this course, you know. Unfortunately, I don't get anything.
Okay, where did I lose? Or when did you? Where did I lose you? Which part? Assigning variables?
Yeah, yes.
Because there's we had started with just using arithmetic operators and just on the terminal on the console without anything. And then
think-
we went to assign. Yeah, you see.
Did you install anything? Yeah, now.
Right now, what's it doing? We are installing the packages that it has listed.
Okay.
There.
And
Yeah,
I
so
don't know
you can just copy and paste them.
from where.
Earlier I had shared a link.
Is it the novice?
Where the notes are.
Minder?
Yes,
Huh?
that one. Yes, that one. And we are just on the introduction part, I believe.
We're scheduled to have a break quite soon. Obi, if you're like quite far behind and you want to catch up completely, we could discuss maybe in the break, and then we could go through everything that you've missed. Or are you quite close to understanding?
The thing is, when you've lost the first stage, it's difficult to grasp it.
Yeah. Well, why don't we make sure
Okay,
everything's set up and working at lunchtime, and then we'll catch up, and you'll be good to go in the afternoon.
I'm trying to, but you see, when he's talking and you are not participating, it's as if you are not there.
Yeah. If we can go through the material at lunch together, and you will catch up.
Okay.
Lunch is scheduled to be quite soon. That's the only thing. So it probably makes more sense to go through one-on-one, make sure everything works, and then we can finish this section.
Okay.
Yes, because I think we can do the project with management with RStudio together. This way, I don't think you'll be left behind. It's the next step, because while it's installing, I just minimized the screen, and then we're gonna do the project management one. Are we all in that? So you can have many projects. Like, did you manage to open the notes, right? The scientific process is naturally incremental. Like, you can have many projects, like a lot of code, maybe it's a duplicate of the same code. They've shared a screenshot of those, and then sometimes it's also always like hard to read, like find out which let's say you're working on multiple projects and then you want to locate one project. It's always, it may be messy if you have a lot of projects not arranged, which is why they want to introduce creating a self-contained project, right? So when you start, you just click File, and then New Project, New Directory, and then New Project again. For me, I like working in documents, so you can just browse where it says create project. There's a subdirectory of. You browse and then go to projects, right? You navigate to documents, right? And then choose so that our work will be there, right? We can name this project like our tutorial. And then just create a new project. You will see it will open a new project automatically. If you do get WD, you will see the environment has changed to wherever you were to documents our tutorial, right? Did we all manage to create let me check. I'm switching between screens, so I'm just gonna check the comments. Okay, no comments. Did we all manage to create a new project?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
the later versions of Ara Studio are slightly different. It's not too different, slightly. So from new file
Mhm.
to where is that? So what I couldn't see was the new. There's one of the. I got the notes.
So
So
you
new
created a new
directory.
file instead of a
No,
new project.
no. I created a new project, but I'm saying the
Okay.
way that it's displayed in the newer versions of Ara Studio is slightly different. So there's
Oh.
actually if you go to file, there's new project directly without going through the other.
Oh, for you, this part is different after
Yeah.
you click. Okay. But at least you managed to create that. Everyone else, can I get a thumbs up if you managed? Obi, did you manage?
Ma'am, I skip here. I'm not doing anything. That's why I'm cut off. I'm not doing anything.
But I said this part, you don't need what we have covered already to do it. It's just creating a new project.
In my, just go to the command line.
On the notes, we are on project management with RStudio. You just go to create a
My
new
R
project.
Studio is not yet downloaded. It's not yet installed. It crashed
Oh,
when I did the other one. It crashed.
oh, I
The,
thought you managed to
I
install
followed
it.
the instruction you gave to me, and it didn't work. I did something they say I should do. I did it didn't work. So I'm trying another way of doing it. I'm not.
Oh, okay. My mistake. I thought you had managed to
No,
install.
it crashed. What you gave me didn't work.
Okay. Okay, we'll look at it. So
Uh,
if
Sorry,
you yeah.
I was creating a new project, and the window that you showed of new project wizard, which option should I choose? New directory.
I said new. Isn't
New
it you
directory.
go
Okay.
new project and
Mm-hmm.
then new directory
Okay.
and then new project again.
Okay.
And then here I was saying I put my projects in documents. Yeah, you can put them anywhere else. Just navigate to where you want to put them when you click browse.
Okay. Thank you very much. I understand.
And then, yeah. So if you have created that file, if you navigate just on your computer, if you like, you can close RStudio and then navigate to your computer to documents, and then our tutorial, you click that project, it should automatically open up that project, right? Let me do this. So now if I close this, and then I go to documents, the project I had, and then just double click, it should open up that project automatically.
Thank you.
If it doesn't, it might ask you what, because sometimes if it's your first time, it asks you what program to use, and then you just be like open with RStudio, and then it will open.
Yeah. Does it automatically create some specific subfolders?
Does it?
I'm asking, does it automatically create specific subfolders for different items in your project?
I'm not sure if I get the question. An example?
So I am asking, so if you are working so you create a project, maybe in your project you create a script or markdown and you have some data. Does it just store everything in one folder or does it automatically create subfolders?
Okay. I think it automatically, no, you will have to create those folders. It will just save everything in that project. Like if I'm to create a script, it will save here on the same, our tutorial, it will save everything here. Unless I specify otherwise, if I have like right now we're gonna be dealing with data. If I want to have a folder for data, I'm just gonna have to create a file called a directory called data and then store it in data. But everything I do, it will be stored in this project. If I create another project, whatever I do there, it will be stored in that folder.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So when creating a project, you should put each project in its own directory, right? And then name, like also the naming, it should be significant because right now we named our thing, our tutorial. Next time you will be like, okay, what were we working on? We're doing a tutorial. Let me go to that project, right? They say you should put raw data in the data directory and then files generated during cleanup and analysis in the results directory. If you are working with data, like we're gonna download, it should be in the data directory. If you get some results, maybe you make some plots, you should have like a directory called results and then store them in there. And then what's important is like all the names should reflect what we are doing. Naming is important. It shouldn't just be random. So if we go to challenge 3, there's a link. Download the Gapminder data. Let's download that data. Did everyone see the link? After downloading, you can simply go to the file folder and then create a new folder and then paste the data inside a folder called data, right? So if you look, I have our tutorial, this is our project, and then these are the files. I created a folder called data, and then I put the data I just downloaded inside. Thumbs up if you managed to download. And put in a data folder, in the folder called data. So you should be like, if you are working on documents, our tutorial data. Thumbs up if you managed. Okay, when you are finished, just react with a yes so that I can get an idea of how many managed. And then if you need help, just unmute.
Excuse, I want to check something, so I didn't quite get what you did. Are we supposed to do like add that gap minder data CSV file?
Yes. So on the link I gave you under project with RStudio,
Okay.
yes, under project, there's challenge 3, there's discussion, and then challenge 3. On challenge 3, there's a link to that file I have, Gapminder.
Okay, just click challenge 3.
Under challenge 3, it's like discussion, and then under challenge 3, I think they meant to label it challenge, but yeah, discussion challenge 3, and then click this.
Okay, under the R packages on the link to the notes.
Let me show you.
Okay, let me check it out.
So it's here, right? We are on
Okay.
project management with RStudio, and then if you scroll down, there's discussion under save data and the data directory. You're going to
Okay.
click this. This is the file, it's here.
Okay.
And then after clicking it, you're going to create a folder in our project folder called data, and then save this file inside data. When you look at the files through this, it should be, it should be here, your data. You click, you should be getting the Gapminder here.
Okay.
Just looking at it through this. So that's the structure I have. This is my project R tutorial. That's the R file that's there, and then this is my data. Is in my data is in the data folder. So when you're done, just click yes there. React with yes so that I see. So our RStudio, it has a terminal. So if where the console is, if you click next to it, it's terminal. And then already it's like your Linux, you can see where your I shows, documents, R tutorial. Okay, I see only one person has managed to download the file.
Can I ask, how did you manage to create a data folder inside a tutorial? Is it the same way? I tried, I'm not succeeding.
How did I manage to create the data?
Yes, data folder inside our tutorial.
You just create a folder called data.
Manually. I go to
you can
the
create
file.
it manually, or you can just go to the terminal, but the simplest way is just create manually and then paste the file inside the folder.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Looks like most of you managed. So if you go to our studio, we've been working on the console here. Let me just maximize. To maximize, you just click this. Maximize. We've been working on the console. Next to it is the terminal, like what we were working on yesterday. So if you just do ls, it will just list all the files, what you have there, right? So if you do ls data, you are checking what's in the data folder, right? So if you want to, like, first you get the data, you first want to find out, okay, what kind of, before you open the data, you want to see the file, the properties of the file, or what kind of data I'm dealing with first, right? So you can do like ls minus lh data gap main. So this one, it tells you, okay, this is the size of the file, and then you can read the file, right? All the writes you can do on this file. You can be like, okay, what's the word count of the file? And then you're like, okay, let me see. It tells you, okay, there's 105, well, not 100, 1,705 words. And then you're like, let me just see what the data looks like. Let me just get the first, is it 10 for head? Head. You can see our data, it has country, the year. I believe that's the population, continent, life expectancy, and the GDP per. Okay, so this is what you can just do the moment you get your data. Just check if you have any errors, you can edit that data, you can work on it. Just check how many ways it has, just check what kind of data you have, right?
Hello.
Yes.
I'm getting errors. I did ls, it gave me error. I did ls data / it gave me error.
Okay, do you see where look at this? There's a console where we've been working our R
Yes.
on our R, and then next to it there's the terminal.
Yes, I'm on the
Yes,
terminal.
so you're on the terminal. So if you just do
Mm.
ls on the terminal,
Mm.
what's the path here? What path do you have here?
Path. It says C / users, then my name, documents, and then R Studio tutorial. R is tutorial, and then yeah, that's the path.
Yeah, so if you do ls without any bracket,
ls without any bracket, it gives me ls is not recognized as internal or external command.
that's weird. Anyone else getting the same error?
Okay, mine worked up to that point, but the LSLH is not working.
The ls works fine.
Yeah, the LXY works fine. It gives the same output. The LS data works, but the next one doesn't work.
Let me see. I heard you say ls minus h. It's ls minus lh. in case you didn't type it properly. The one who you said it's not working. If you do any other command, maybe pwd, what do you get?
PWD is not recognized.
You are on terminal, right?
Mm.
And then if you go back to the console, you do like get WD with brackets
Okay, get WD.
in the console. Because you see I
Brackets,
switched
yes.
from terminal to console.
Yes, it gives me the path as initially stated to R tutorial.
But the terminal is the one not working.
Yes, it gives me errors, but it has
Okay.
the path. Mm.
But it has the data. Okay.
Data.
Okay. Before we continue, I don't know. Should we get our lunch now and meet? So I'll finish off this section, James.
Yeah, I
James?
think that. Yeah, I think so. And then we can troubleshoot anything as well in the break.
Yeah, so that we work on any errors during the break, and then after those who are fine, who are not getting any errors, we are all here. Then
Okay.
that's fine. Those who have any errors can remain. We can try sort everything out before we come
But
back.
I have a question before we go. Mine gave the
Yes.
LSLH gave 2 outputs, yours gave 1. Is it a problem?
You are doing ls
Yeah,
minus
that one.
lh,
It's
and then
given
it
that
was
one.
you specified the one file, the
No,
file
I didn't
name, or you're
specify.
just doing on data.
I just did LS and LH.
What output did you get?
I got the one you got, but another one like DRWX-XRX.
It should be fine, right, James? Those are just the rights.
Okay.
Yes, I think we can go for a break, be back in an hour, which is what, 13:40 local time. And then those who are having problems can remain for a while before going for lunch. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
going to be here for as well. I
Yes,
can help
James, I'm
with
here.
troubleshoot. Okay, should we go to a separate meeting and then we could leave this room for people to troubleshoot? I could send you a link to come on a Teams meeting,
No problem.
and then we're going to sort
Okay.
out everything.
Okay, everyone, see you in an hour. Those who have a
Thank you,
problem.
Sanate. Thank you. See you in an
Yeah,
hour.
those who have a problem can just type out or unmute and then we just talk here. I wasn't on Zoom, so who said they can't do the LS? Do you mind sharing your screen?
Okay. Yeah.
So attending to me for the installation.
Obi, with the
Yeah.
installation, James said he'll create a link for you and then it'll just be the two of you in doing everything. I think he'll share the link now with you. That's the link, and then you'll go there with James. He just shared the link.
Yeah.
You saw it?
Okay, Microsoft.
So that means you should exit this one and then go to the. Okay, with the mailer. Okay, this is Windows.
Mm.
I'm gonna try see. I wonder. Can you just type like the word help? Let's see if that works. It worked. Okay. I think it's because we were writing what you call Linux commands. If you do echo, what does it do? Just the word echo, ECHO.
ECHO.
I can't see. What does it say? It's at
It
the
says
bottom.
it says echo is on.
Yes,
Hmm?
it's saying.
It says echo is on.
If you do like PWG, does it also work? Because there's some commands it shares with.
PWD.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't see. Can you just press Control and L so that it clears the screen?
Control and what?
L.
L. Okay. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, and then just do PWD.
PWD. It's not recognized.
Okay, I think, but I wonder if anyone else was using these. I'm gonna type a command and share with you in the chat. Dave, are you also using Windows? I think it's a Windows. Can you just
Did I
type
paste
that?
your command?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Did it? Oh no, okay.
Cool.
$CD, $.
Oh.
Okay, I think it's because, but I thought because it should treat this as like it's treating it continues treating it as a Windows terminal. So for you, the commands will be different. If you do dir data / gapminder, what do you get?
DIR.
Yes, and then space data and then
Data.
/ the name
Slash.
file. It's a different one because of Windows. Look at the slashes in there.
Okay.
It's a, what do you call? Is it a backward slash? Yeah, backward.
Yeah, I did. Is it fine like this?
No. The name of the delete up until even the slash deleted, and then use the other slash, the ones similar to the ones in that path.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
Because it's it's because it's Windows, so some paths.
Oh, like this slash.
Yes, and then the gapminder. I don't know if you type G and then tab, it doesn't complete.
Sorry, I lost you. What should I do?
If you press tab right now, is it not completing?
Type.
Your tab button, tab key.
Oh.
No, like GA and then tab.
Yeah.
And then enter. Let's see.
Yeah.
So for you, that's how you see the property, unlike us where we do ls minus lh.
Oh.
Yep. Hello, what are you saying?
Oh, I should do this instead of ls.
Yes, I was saying because it's Windows, I believe it's the same error for it's Dave online. I'm not sure if he would.
Yes.
Because he said
maybe you can try dir.
dir.
Yeah, dir.
Yeah, it's the one it's the one he typed.
Yeah, I already typed it.
You see, he's getting the size, the number of files, the size of the file. It's Windows.
Okay.
It's going to be different.
Okay. Oh, it's just
so
the
I'll just
difference
paste for the one where we were doing different OS. So that one, if you just copy and paste it as it is, it should do a word count, because this was us when we're doing the WC.
Did you say something?
And then the comma. Yeah. So the find one where it says /c/v is like a replacement for the WC one on the notes, which is the word count on the notes. And then the last one is like doing head on the notes.
Okay. Okay. All right. I think I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. Dave, you're also good, right?
Should I stop sharing?
So may you quickly copy and paste these commands? I wanted to see.
Okay.
So just copy paste.
The one of find, where do I start? Or I just paste it as it is, like this?
Just paste it as it is.
Okay. You.
Oh, no.
I have to type it.
If you right if you right click the mouse like
Your
left
line is cutting. I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
left right click and paste is not working. I was asking if the copy paste is refusing.
Yes, it's refusing. Oh, okay. There we go. Sorry. E- Data gap
See,
miner. Okay.
it's this one is
It's
for
word count.
Windows for finding the number of it. So the other one would be like your head.
Okay.
Yes, this one is word count. You remember on the notes it says WC and then the name of the file.
Whoa. Whoa.
Okay, I think I managed to take over. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, so it's the last one you just typed, though it's a word count. For Linux, we use this. And then on Windows, that's when you used find. It's counting the same number of words, right? And then the other
Okay.
one, it's it telling you you just convert this instead of writing like 80,000 bytes, I think you just wrote it in short form, so it's still the same properties you have there. And I believe the last comment you have should list the first 10 values in the
The last one, it created an Excel. I don't know if it's normal.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop sharing and see what you mean. You can share again.
Okay. This is what it produced after I did the second one.
Okay, can you close that? Let's see. Just close it.
Okay.
And then, oh, you stop sharing. I'm in
Yeah,
the,
okay. I'll go back to. Is it fine now?
it's still loading, but I think it is. So you're saying that one, when you pressed enter, it did nothing.
The data gap miner, and then more. It produced an Excel file. It took me to an Excel file.
You forgot the word type before
Oh,
that.
okay. Oh, okay.
Also, it's not only listing; it's like also listing almost everything.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I use the same formula for my side also, because I'm experiencing the same problem?
Is it Dave? Yes, because you are using Windows, right?
Yes, I'm using Windows.
Yes, so the commands I put should work for you also because you're using
Okay.
Windows.
Let me work on it.
Because I think then we'll be up to date because it was uh viewing the size and then the word count and then it should the top Windows doesn't have head, so That's the
Yeah.
closest I could find.
Mm.
Next one will just be working on the R Studio, so there's no need for more. Yeah, so those ones,
Okay.
they're the ones that should output, that are equivalent to these ones that I have. So Dave,
Okay.
yes, you can do those.
All right.
Okay. So
Thank
any
you.
other questions? Okay.
No.
Okay, we'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
How did everybody get on? Does anybody want to look at anything before we start the session again?
Hello, James.
Hello.
So it's everything is fine on my side. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to let you know maybe from tomorrow I may not be available for the classes. Is it okay? Can I use the recordings?
Yeah, recordings will be available, and all of the content that we're working through is the open website that we're looking at. You know, this
Okay.
Carpentry's one. So I'll share that again now.
All right. Thank you.
So the recordings, yeah, and then the actual material, of course, is. I think we're going to start from here. Senata will correct me.
You're saying?
If are we starting from seeking help is the next part, I guess, isn't it?
Yeah, but wait, only a bit is left at the project management one, but it's just to like say
Oh yeah.
get DW and set DW just how they work, and then that's it. And then we start with seeking help.
Cool. Okay, doc. Obi is up to date. We managed to install art and she's got the data as well, so I think she's happy,
Oh, that's nice.
which was good. I'm gonna go and quickly warm up my lunch and then I'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
Okay, no problem. Okay, guys, I think we're all back. We will continue. With the project management. We didn't do the last bit. We are working on the terminal before, where we were answering questions, trying to understand our data, like what is the size of the file, how many rows of data does it contain, and then what kind of values does it contain. That's when we decided to look at the first 10, right? So now if you go back to the console, to get your current directory, you just do get wd, and then you hit enter. It will show you where you are. And then if you want to change the location where you are, maybe you want to work on a project, another project. Let's say I have a different project. You can change your location by set wd, and then you enter the path of where you want to go. Where can I go? We can go into data, right? Just do this. I'm just gonna copy and paste that. So it will be home, documents, and then once you set where you wanna go, you hit enter. When you do get WD again, it will show you, okay, you have moved from this folder to this folder. Remember, on the terminal, to move, if you wanted to go into data, would be like CD. Since we are already in our tutorial, we'll be like CD data or CD wherever you want to go. Here you set the working directory, set WD, and then the path of where you want to go. We're going to go into seeking help. So every package you find, it should have like a help file for your function, so that, let's say you create a package, you find a package that's already created, so that when you want to use it, you can easily ask for help about the function, and then it should tell you what it does. For example, the example they gave is writable table. If you have a method called write.table, you don't know how it works or what kind of data it should have, you just put a question mark, and then on the right side, it will input the help file. It will output the help file about this function, right? We have a function, write.table. We don't know what it does. When you look this side, it tells you, okay, it can take X, it can take file, it can take all these, and then it goes on to tell you, okay, these arguments that it can take. The X is the object to be written. The file is the file of the name. Append, since it falls here, it shows you it's logical. It's only relevant if the file is a character string. Like you can find out a lot about methods you don't know. If you don't know what write.csv does, yeah, did it. I don't know if it changed. Let me do a different method, a different function. If you don't know, okay, what does this do? Where we were inputting, like assigning variables. If you don't know, okay, what does this do when assigning variables? You just do that. I'm gonna go back to write.csv before I continue. So like write.table.csv works the same way from the looks of it, just that at the bottom, it has more information about your CSV files. And then the examples of how you can run your using write.csv and then write.table. So this one here, when I was doing it, it's a special character because it's a special operator. Those kind of special operators, you use single quotes around them instead of doing this. You're gonna get an error because it doesn't know, like it's gonna be like, what is this? So you just put codes around those special character functions, and then it will tell you, okay, this is this. It tells you this is an operator. What does it do? It assigns a value to a name or a variable, right? And then it tells you you can use it this way. The popular way, the most one, the one we use the most is the first one, right? And then it goes on to tell you there's different types of operators, and then you can assign using this and this, but then it tells you the operator we've been using can be used anywhere, and then whereas the operator equals is only allowed at top level, for example, in the complete expressions, which is why we were emphasizing that you use, when assigning variables, you use the one we've been using, which is this one. So R can help you dump the data you're working with into a format that can be copied and pasted by its own. This one with the session is just telling me this is the version I'm using, I'm on what kind of computer, running which, running which OS. These are just the basic ones you can get. But if anytime you get a function, you don't know how to use it, I think this should work for, we were using setwd, which way we're setting our directory. Let's say someone says set
Excuse me, ma'am. I was able
Yes.
to catch up, but I'm trying to catch up what you're doing. You are too fast, and after you just clear it off before we know what you are doing. Please, could you be
Okay.
lenient for us?
Okay. We are working on seeking help using R, and then I was going about do you have the notes open?
Yeah,
Yes. So
I've installed this thing. I'm on my R Studio now.
okay, and then the notes.
Which notes?
The one I had shared with you, I can just share them again.
Is it to get?
So we are on seeking help.
Okay, I'm on. Okay, no problem. Let me the manual, so to say. Is it what you call the manual, eh?
Oh yeah, the manual. I was using the word notes, but yeah.
Okay, page what are you in now?
I'm seeking help.
I don't know, we are seeking help. Have you data frames? Have you finished that on data frames? Challenge 4, challenge 3 here.
No, we're on episode 3, seeking help. The one before data structures.
Data structures, names, this list. I don't know where you are. That's the problem. To get you, ma'am. Seeking.
We are here seeking help, right?
I don't know where that one is. You've not read matrices?
No, we haven't. It's here. Like,
let me see where you are.
The link.
Yeah, I have the link. I've downloaded it.
It takes you here. So there's introduction, there's project management. We are at seeking help here.
Okay, I should go to the episode. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the one you're talking about, I think you are ahead of us. Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to the place.
So those one was just about if you have functions or packages you don't know, you want information about, you will just type a question mark to ask for help.
Let me copy can I copy the link again?
Yes, it's on the chat. Are we together now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we have the challenge one. We can all go to challenge one. It says look at the help page for C function. That means there's a function already called C. And what kind of vector do you think you will expect what kind of vector do you expect will be created if you evaluate the following? So we have a function C, we don't know what it does, right? When you don't know what it does, you just question mark C, and then here on your right, it will tell you, okay, this is combined value, it combines values into a vector or a list. And then these are all the arguments it takes. And then it even shows you examples of, okay, if you have like you have this, you run it, what are you going to get? What's your output, right? So we can all type these under challenge 1. I'm just gonna copy paste. If I do C1, 2, 3, what did it do? It just outputs that. C 1, 2, A, D, E, F, and then C. Okay. So if I have see this, because of this, if you see they're all numeric, so if I do these, it's 1, 2, 3, you get them numerically, and then these, because they're characters, it will have them in codes. Because here we are combining different types of data, it will just treat them as characters, because we have a 1, a 2, and an F. So it will just be like, okay, instead of here when we had 1, 2, 3, we'll have them in characters. Challenge 2, look at the help for the paste function. We know there's a function called paste. We don't know how it works. Okay. What do? We search paste, and then it will tell you what it does, right? It concatenates vectors after converting them into a character. Are we all together? I'm on challenge 2 looking at these. So if you have the example they provided, you have paste C, A, B, and C. It means get this element, combine it with that one, this one, with this one. So you'll have AC, BC. And then it says there's a different, there's other functions, there's other arguments it takes, which is SAP, we have it here, and then collapse here. Do we also, let me just scroll up. So these separate, these SAP and collapse, they are arguments that are taken by paste here. And then I'll just copy this one so that we see the difference between the two. If we do the same function, it's frozen. Okay, if we do the same function and then we include an argument, let's say of SAP, I'm gonna use the same thing for both collapse so that we can see the difference. Sorry, I forgot a comma. It's basically saying as you are combining the two, this AC, A, B, C, just add a comma between the two. And then if I'm to do collapse using the same thing, it should add after combining everything. So it should be like, okay, yes, you have AC and then comma BC. I can try to add another character so that we can see the difference again. Let's add an E. I forgot the comma. And then do the same for SEP. Add an E so that you can see. Can we see the difference between the argument collapse and the argument SEP? So we're gonna do, I'm gonna get another example, the one that was on the notes, just copy paste it. For collapse. And then they don't have the same for SEP, so I'm just gonna edit this.
So what does the collapse mean? What does it do?
They both do the same thing, just that if depending on whether it's collapse or SEP, it depends where it. Let me just clear the screen.
No, I want to know the functions. What is the function of collapse and SAPs?
It's the way they separate whatever information you are trying to paste together. Because if you recall, let's do it without the SEP.
Okay, this.
If you just use paste, yeah? You're saying?
No, continue. Let me.
If you just use paste as it is, this is the outcome. So it's basically taking this. The default one, it's like a space. If you don't specify, let it be, separate them using like a comma or what's this character. So it will just put a space in between wherever, right? And then if you use the separator, this is gonna put whatever is separating with. Okay, let me use the commas because I can't. What's the name of this? I'm sorry. This character.
Is it the quote and unquote? What I'm asking is like the one we have after paste one line 2 pastes, not the first collapse.
Which one? This?
No, not that one. The next one.
This one.
No, up. The one here. Up there.
The first one.
After the first
this
one.
one and
No,
this
the
one,
next
they're
one.
the same thing.
Yes, okay. Okay. Why did you use paste C of A, B, then another C outside the bracket? Then you say collapse. What would the collapse do to it? Collapse, any function. Did you write anything outside collapse? Is it collapse what's one or what? I don't understand it.
Both collapse and SEP, they are a separator you want when combining these two, when using paste. And then I was saying here, the default one, when you do this, the default it defaultly uses a space to separate everything, which is why we have a space here, a space here, a space here, because it's like the default one. And then if you specify, okay, we want to separate the two using this character here, right? It can be a dash, it can be whatever, a comma. I'm just gonna.
Maybe you have not gotten my question.
Yes.
My question is, okay, where you have collapse equal to something in brackets, which nothing there.
I'm listening.
Yeah. Before you type, if he says collapse and separate at the same thing. Okay, I know that when you paste A, B, C, it will come out like that with commas and maybe with brackets for each letter. But what I'm asking, what is the function of that collapse there?
This one here.
Yes.
Yes, I was saying it's a way to differentiate when you combine the two. It's a separator. So here it's the default one. It's you did not specify how to separate it, which is why you can see, okay, this is like this, there's spaces. And then here you specified, okay, this separator should be a dash. Same here where there's sep, it should be a dash. And then the difference between the two is like it combines this one AC and then a dash, BC, a dash. With the separator, it adds them in between. Let me try to.
Okay, so the collapse, you just let everything out on each separate out separately, but the collapse let everything out, but in a separator, the in between there's a gap, sort of.
Okay, so if you have this paste 1 to 5, right? You see, it just by default, it uses, what does it? It uses a space. And then if you're like, okay, let's use a special character, let's use a comma. Because it's just gonna leave it like this. Why? Because it's supposed to, if it was like a 1 and a something, it in between this, it will have a comma in between. The collapse one, it adds after combining. So in between these spaces, if I do collapse, I'm expecting to see commas.
Okay, can you collapse that? Can you collapse that one you just separated now? Let's see how it will come out.
It should be okay. Let me do that.
That's paste 1 to 5.
And then collapse.
Yes. Let's see how it will come out.
With a comma.
Okay. Best
you see, it's one big thing, and then you are using.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, I now understand it. You see, the collapse has to the inverted, everything is in the inverted comma, but with commas in between. But the separate there has its own separate the number is separated with inverted comma, you know. That's what I can say is the difference.
Okay, let me. But this is for when it's just just one list like this.
Okay.
Yes. Remember when we have, see, it's like you are you have like you are concatenating files into a vector. So this one is a vector. This one is just a list. So it's just a list on its own.
Which one
So
is
you
a
can
vector?
have
Which one is a vector?
this when we're doing C. Let me just do come back. So if you do C, A, B, it's just like that. It's basically like a list. But then here we are comparing a list against a list. So you can't see, if I'm to do paste and then just this, it's not gonna clearly show the difference between separate and collapse, which is why we were using this one, so that you can see, okay, with the normal paste, it's just combining the two, and then with the SAP, it's gonna add in between the combinations, and then the collapse, it's at the end, and then it's just gonna be one long thing. Here you can see,
Yes.
okay, one, this
Yeah,
is two.
I've seen it. Yeah, collapse
Oh,
is
okay.
just one long. They are all put together in one long lesson with comma in between, sort of.
Okay.
According to your command. Okay, what is a vector based on what we are saying here? What is a vector here? Because I was not there when you were. Sorry to take you back a minute. What is
So like you can just take it as like a list. Am I saying it right, James?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
A list
So
is what's the difference? A list is more flexible. I think.
Yeah, a list is inside a list. There are parameters inside a list. So the list, the list or L is the vector, or the items inside the list are vectors. Which one is a vector?
The vector is the more
it's like
simple
you.
one.
Okay.
James can.
Continue, James.
I looked it up the other day because I also didn't know. I think it said that a vector has to have a single type of data. So everything has to be numeric, for example, whereas a list can have some numeric and some character.
Something like that.
So different. I think that was
A
the main
list
difference.
can be numerics, it can be names, it can be numbers.
Yeah, I think that's the main difference.
Okay. But a vector must be a number.
Must be the same type. I don't know if it has to be a number, but I think it
The
has to be
same
the
type.
same.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no more questions on challenge 2, I'm just gonna move to challenge 3. So it says use a help function to find, a function that you could use to load data from a tabular file in which columns are delimited with tab and a decimal point is a period. This check for decimal separator is important, especially if you're working with different colleagues, different versions of, because different countries have different conversions of decimal point. Some use a comma, some use a period, right? So it's basically trying to say what function can you use to read. So I think if you just, according to them, just do this and then read. If you do read, you can see, okay, these are the functions that are already there. And then in our case, it's saying it should read a table, right? You could load, it's saying use to load data from a tabular file, which is a table. So you can scroll until you find the one you want to use. You're not loading from a CSV, table is there. And then it tells you if you want to read a table, these are the parameters you can put in, but the important one is usually the file name. And then it gives us also options if you want to read a CSV or what is this? Delimiter. So that's what it wanted us to find out, like use the help function to see if we can get to read a file. I'm just gonna go next into data structures. So it says we are going to make a data set in our folder, the one we created earlier that's called data. So I think, Obi, you can, did you guys manage to create did you manage to create a new project and then create the folder?
Or the CSV for data?
You had to download a file called Gapmind. I don't know if you managed. It's not necessary now, but I'm just curious about the
Yes,
creating.
thank you very much for. I was able to download it, the data.
So you have
the Gapmind,
so you have a
yeah.
So you have a folder called data in your project, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So it says we'll be creating into this folder we have here, we'll be creating a new file called feline dash data.csv. So we can all copy that and then paste.
Copy what?
I'm on date. I'm beginning data structures.
I'm seeing your screen. You on read tables on this thing. Then on your right side you have our history and data and our tutorial something.
Okay, so on the notes, I'm just sharing the RStudio screen right now. But then if you go to the notes and then what do you call manual, and then go to data structures, the first line you see.
I just put the link in the chat for the start of this episode.
Oh, okay, thank you. So a data frame is like your table structure, right? Where you'll have your columns and then your rows. So here we are creating a data frame about cats. You'll have your code, weight, and likes, and then in this, if you have code, you'll have, for this code, you'll have your Robin Calico, and then black tabby with weights of 2.1. Like this Calico matches the 2.1, it matches the likes catnip of value of 1. So this code black will match the 5.5 and the I believe this likes catnip. It's whether it's like yes or no. So 1 for yes, 0 for false, right? So we're gonna copy paste that and then you enter. You'll see at the environment there, it will tell you, okay, you have this. If you click on it, you'll see, okay, you have code, weight, like catnip, so row 1, which is what you had, calico, with 2.1 weight, like catnip, row 2, this. So now what we did was just create a data frame. So for you to save it, you write to CSV. I think we did this earlier.
After creating it, you view cards, ne?
Yeah, what I did to view cats, I went to environment here, and then I just clicked on this here, and then it just showed us the cats.
Okay, let me try that one. Go to environment and click there. Okay, I've seen my own. They can.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, remember, if you don't know how write CSV works, it's just that. But then they wrote it down for us. We're going to paste here. Okay, before we paste, you can just do what's the command for get WD to see where you are. Get WD. I'm already in data. I don't know where else. Some will be in our tutorial. Some should be in data, right? So you can paste. Because I'm already in data, I'm just gonna remove this data part. But then if you are in our tutorial, you just paste it as it is. Are we all together?
Get, what did you, is it GRT or GE?
It's get
Path?
WD, GET WD. It just prints your path of where you
Is
are.
okay, GET. I don't know
WD.
whether my own worked. GET.
So you should first confirm where you are. Like if you are at home, obviously here you would have to write the whole path of where you wanna be, right? Where you want to create this. If you're at home, that means you would have to be like C, Senates, dash documents, right? The whole path of where your data folder is. I'm already in the data folder, which is why I removed the slash, the data slash. But if you are in our tutorial, you just remain.
My own says I'm in environmental something. So how do I move to where my tutorial is? I should type it myself.
Do you know where you created it? Is it in documents like us?
It's on desktop. I created mine.
It's on desktop.
Yeah.
So you would use set WD.
Set
and
on
then
set.
Yes, set. So that you change
SET.
WD,
Okay.
and then
W.
the path of where it is. Because for example,
backslash or just like that.
I'm just like this. So for example, here, if I want to go to our tutorial, I'm in data. I'm just gonna put the path there, and then when I do get WD, I should have changed where I am. I was here, now I'm here. So you have to navigate to where your project is. That's why I asked if you created a project.
Okay.
And now on the side here, I don't know, some are still on.
When I typed, it didn't show me where it's supposed to be. It just gave me, it didn't give me where, so I should make it. It didn't give me the result I require. Okay,
it doesn't give you, when you set it doesn't give you the result. To see where you are, you type get WD. You have to type get WD so that you see whether it changed to the exact place you wanted.
I typed set SETWD and I typed GETWE. It gave me the all the same thing, but it's as if it's an environment. Then what I'm asking, do I need to go to my desktop, this, that?
Because yes, it's in your laptop. It's gonna be like your home, and then I don't know what the name of your computer is, and then desktop, and then the name of your project.
Let me try. Gives me an error sign. What is that? Okay, let me see.
Did everyone else, can I get a thumbs up if you managed to create this file here? If you go to files and then navigate documents, wherever it is, our tutorial. Okay, that's good. So you can just view the file. Yeah, sorry. If you view the file, you can just click view the file or just go to the source directly where it is. You will see our data is there on the file.
I have a challenge because on my top there, on my console terminal background jobs, I have my desktop and tutorial and their tutorial. Then when I want to do get WD, it gives me function bracket, internal get something there. Outside, later it gave me environment. Colon.
NWD should show you the path. Did you put the brackets? I don't know if the brackets matter. Yeah, put the brackets, the parentheses.
After get
WD and then brackets.
okay.
You're trying to figure out where you are.
Yeah.
Maybe you could put the
yes.
if
He
you
gave
put
it
the
to me.
output
Thank
in
you.
the chat. I
Yes,
can probably help
he
a little
gave
bit.
it to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
He gave me my home directory where I am. I'm grateful.
So your data folder is there, right? You can just
Yes.
copy. You can just copy that line, the right.csv from the nodes.
How do I open the data page?
Menu. There.
How do I open the data page?
Isn't it we were creating the data when you were like cats? Or
My
you can
data
just start. You can start from the beginning where on the.
My data is in my tutorial.
James said.
My data is in my tutorial. It's inside my tutorial. I should think so. Yeah.
Isn't it we are here, data structure? I was saying you can just copy these and then copy this again because you're already in the right folder. It should create a CSV called this.
I've copied cats. Okay.
So now we have created this file. How do we read it? you use that reads.csv, you can copy paste. It has read it, and then when you just do cats, it should show you what the file looks like. Because we are using cats out, right? We can just read the gapminder one quickly so that you can see how it works. You can just call it gap m. Oh, it's gonna show a whole lot of data because it's a lot of data, and I didn't just read the head. I should have read the head, but this is just me showing you how the read works because we had already had cats. I didn't want to use cats, so. So when you do cats, you see this in this format. So it says you can pull out columns by using a $ operator. Let's say you want only this column of weight. You will do cats, the name of your thing, and then $. Already it lists you. Do you want weight? Do you want like catnip? Which column do you want, right? If you do your weight, it should bring out everything, all the columns in the weight. If you do code, it should do the same. Cats, it's frozen.
I have a challenge.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay, the challenge is where how get the CSV files as you have it in your screen.
I just clicked files. I think maybe you're in help. If you click files and then navigate to wherever it is, you should get it. Let me do that. But if you do this, does it work? Because this was important. That means the file has been created.
Yeah.
Did it output this?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, then you're good because it's very. So you have cats. If you want a certain column, you just read $ and then the column name, right? If you want code, cats, $ code. If you want just this, like catnip, cats, $ catnip, right? And then here it gives the example, like say maybe when we were weighing the cats, the weight were the scale was like 2 kg off. So now you want to get the correct values of the correct weight of the cats, right? So you can do cat $. You are pulling out that rate, and then you are plus, because it was short 2 kg, you can just add 2, and then it just adds 2 to every row of weight, right? And then if you want to do like a sentence, I'm just gonna copy the sentence they give us. My cat is, and then it gets a list of cats. You're gonna have my cat is calico, my cat is black. So it's basically concatenating the two, this and this. So you're just it's gonna print it 3 times, or however times you have. If you have 10 elements, it's gonna print it 10 times. So if you want to do to concatenate 2 different types of elements,
Is that my
you know,
car or my car is it my car is, comma, cat, this
and
for
then
it to
you
say
get
my,
a code.
what is that? Is that my car is, or my, is it cat or cat? Yes, that place your console is.
It's cat. It's my cat is. I just copied
Okay.
and pasted from the manual. My
Okay.
cat is, and then comma.
And
So
the middle.
basically you're concatenating
Okay.
these two. If you want to do the same with these, if you look here, our weight, it's 2.1, 5.7. This, what type is this? Just looking at it, it's doubles, right? And then you look at our code is strings. So if you do this, it should give you an error, right? Because you're trying to add 2 items. But then if you do same data type, you have cat weight is going to do add it upon it. So you're basically saying add 2.1 and 2.1, add 5.0 and 5.0, add 3.2 and 3.2. And then you're going to get your values. But different data types, it's going to refuse. If you get this, and then you can just check the type of what you want. You just do type of, you know, okay, this weight. Sometimes this weight might not even be double. It can be in codes. And then you think, just looking at it, because you look at this, it's a string, but there's no codes around it. This 2.1 may be a string, and then you don't know, okay, is this a string or a double? You'll only find out when you're trying to do something, but some operations. To be sure, you just do type of, and then cats, and whatever column you want, right? You want code, it tells you that's a character. You want weight, that type is a double. You want the other one, it's an integer. Do you all see how you can get the type of? So you can even do, like, if you know, okay, that's my name. It tells you, okay, name is character, and then I put maybe age. Tells me type double. I think the default type is double here. And then if I say 25, 20.5, it tells you also that's a double. By default, the reason why we have here 25 being a double, by default, it turns it to float numbers. So to force it to be an integer, you add the L at the end. By default, it's a double. And then to force it to be an integer, it's this. So there's other types like logical types, type of. if you put in true, it tells you that's a logical type, right? Depends on whatever column you'll be dealing with. So no matter how complicated our analysis became, our data in arrays did interpreted as one of the basic data types. So I'm gonna go to where it says a user have provided details of another cat. We can now add an additional row to our cats table using rbind. So we have an additional cat. We're going to create a data frame. The cat, you are going to assign code to Tabby, weight, and then the weight, likes, and then one, right? If I press enter, do additional cat, it should have just one item because it's a data frame. We haven't added it to the CSV file we just created, right? I just saw a comment. Does R support tabular completion for functions? Yes, it does. So if you are typing something, it will support the item. Let's say I have data and then I know I have file. If I press tab, these are the things that are in data. So it does support tabular tab completion. I was just answering your question in the comments. Okay, back to this. So we're gonna use rbind to add the two. So rbind is basically a row bind. Let's check what it says here. Remember, if we don't know how something works, the description will be there. It just takes a sequence of vector or data frame and combines by rows or columns or respectively. So in our case, we are going to create cats2, and then this cats2, we're going to bind cats, that cats, the one we had, let me see, the one we have here, right? We're going to combine it with the additional cat, the one we have here. And then we're going to put them in cat2. Cats2. Now we created cats2. If you look at it, you will see we have added it here. Oh, there's already a Tabby, so this cat is also called Tabby. The owner is not sure about the height, I guess. So now, earlier we did type of. We can do it again because we haven't added them to the CSV type of cats. We did type of cats. Wait, it showed a double, right? Now we have a new thing we called cats2. If we do the type of the weight, it's going to show a character. Why? Because of this part where the owner's like, I'm not sure, it weighs 2.3 or 2.4. So that means all those additions we're doing with the weight is not gonna work because it's a different type, right? So if you try to do what we did earlier, where we were saying the scale was off, you try to do cats2. Yeah, sorry. We try to do cats2, weight plus 2 is going to refuse, right? Because it's a because it's of different files. So if you just, sorry, that's not how you concatenate. Yes, if you do plus cat weight again, it's going to refuse because of that. So you see, this is two different types of data. We have cats2 and cats. And then it's saying what happens when we are working with, when the data we're working with is something called a data frame. The data frame are the most common. So these are of different types. I'm just going through the notes. So let me clear that. So if you do str, it just displays the type of whatever you are dealing with. If it's a, yes? So since we are dealing with a data frame, it's going to show a data frame. If you had a variable, it was going to show you, okay, this is just this. So it shows you, okay, cats 2, it's a 4. It's of 4 objects with 3 variables, and then it has code with the type character, weight, type character, type number, which is our integer, and then all the list of this. Our data frames are composed of rows and columns. Each column has the same number of rows. Different columns in a data frame can be made up of different data types. Like here we have different columns, different data types. But everything should be in the same. So if we have code here, everything in this should be of the same type. We cannot have like an integer being here or a double being here.
Ma'am, I don't get how you got that cat 2, because all along my own gives me an error sign.
Cats2, we created it earlier when we were binding. We're using rbind to do cats and additional cat, to put cats and additional cat together.
And I didn't get it. Maybe you deleted it. I don't know what. It's in the manual, eh?
Yes, it is.
Like cat2 is.
What?
It gave me an error sign when I did that. Okay, additional cat. Let me see if I can get it there. Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna continue with vectors.
Yeah.
Do we have a question from Blessed?
Oh, I didn't see.
Hello.
Blessed.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I was wondering if you can kindly repeat on the step where we have str and then get to just the last bit. I didn't get it. Yes.
Okay, I was saying str2, it tells you the structure of whatever, str, it tells you the structure of whatever you put in this. Here we have additional cats, data, all these are data frames. So that's why it tells you, okay, this is a data frame. And it has, this is case 2, right? It has 4 objects, 1, 2, 3, 4, with 3 variables. I think this is for 3 variables being code, weight, and likes catnip. And then it tells you also, okay, these are characters. This is shares for characters. It's telling you this code is a character. This weight, this whole column, it's a character. Likes catnip, it's a number. And then I was saying, for your data, the data is of rows and columns, right? But you have to have the same type. If all the data in this, let's say this column, it has to be of the same type. You cannot have Calico and then you have the number true here and then continue with the others being characters. Or you cannot have your weight as character, and then you have just the number 5 being an integer double. That cannot happen. So each row, all the data in this row should be, sorry, in this column should be of the same type. That's what I was saying. Each column has unique data, and the type of each column, it should be the same. You get like catnip is integers. Everything in this column should be an integer. You get weight in our case, in this case where it's case 2, it's characters. So everything is characters. In cats, it's in cats it's a double. Let me just do for cats. In cats, you'll have that the weight is double, so everything is str. So cats, it's showing you has 3 objects, 1, 2, 3, with 3 variables, code, column code, weight, and then here our weight in this case, before we come for cats 1, it's still double. So it's a number which is double. So you can see everything in there is a double. You cannot have cases where you'll add, like in case 2, you'll have 2.3 or 2.4. Because of that 2.3 or 2.4, when we added additional cat and cats together, it picked, okay, this weight is of character, this weight is of number. So when we made them into case 2, it was like, let's make everything a character, so that it's of the same type. So we're gonna go to vectors. We have a different data structure. It's called a vector. By default, if you create a vector, we're gonna name it my vector and then vector of length 3. If you press enter and then do my vector, you're gonna have false, 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 because by default it's logical, it's of logical type. If you don't specify, okay, I want my vector to be of this data type, it's gonna be of this. I think this is what James was saying earlier when someone was asking about the difference between a vector and a list. A vector is an ordered list with the condition that everything in that vector must be of the same basic type. That's the difference between a vector and a list that James mentioned earlier. So if you don't choose, that's the default. If you choose, okay, I want it to be character, that's what you get. I'm just gonna do a vector so that we see. So if you don't know how the vector will work, this is how you get, if anything you don't know how it works, you just do a question mark to get the help, right? It will tell you everything, even the methods you can use, and it will even have some examples down here. That's how every function usually is. So with another vector, because we said it's a character, we didn't put anything in it. It's gonna have 1, 2, 3, because we said it's of length 3, empty characters. How do you check if something is a vector? You can just do that str that we did. It will tell you, okay, this is a character. 3 vectors, and then I'm gonna do, it's a logical type, and then these are the contents: false, false, false. Yes? Oh, I thought I had someone speak. So if we do str weight, it will tell us, okay, this is a number. We have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 is basically saying 1, 2, 3 variables. Like here it was saying 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 variables, and then it lists them. List and vector, same concept. Only difference is in a list you can have this being a character, this being a logical value. In a vector, it must always be of the same value. Any questions so far? I'm gonna jump to any questions so far. You can unmute. Okay, we can continue. Cohesion by combining vectors. We can make vectors with explicit contents with the combine function. The combine function is that C function earlier. So you can just have a variable called combine vector, and then assign it to this combined fraction of C263. When you press enter, it will just be this, right? And then this is just an exercise. If you have quiz vector of different things, if you have quiz vector, you see it's a number, and a character. Automatically, like it did for weight, it changes all of them to characters. This is what is called by type cohesion. It looks at whatever you have, and then it forces everything to fit the definition of a vector. They have put more examples. If you look at the manual, you have cohesion vector. You're combining a character and a logical value, all tend to a character. You have, like, it forces. Let me just take this one. This one is compare. You have a character and a logical value. It's like, okay, this one, it's like, okay, between these two, we cannot convert a character into a logical value. So it makes sense only for it to convert it to, it makes sense for it to convert the whole thing to a string. But in a case where we have this, you get 0, 1, it's combining a 0 and a true. Remember, with logical values, it's only true and false, right? True or false. So you can represent true or false with a 1 and a 0, 1 for true, 0 for false. Here it gives 0, 1 because why? It said, okay, I can force this value to be a number, but I can't force this to be a, okay, it makes sense. It said I can force this one to be a number, which is why it was like, okay, I can write it as 0, 1 so that it has the same type. There's a rule that they put there under the type hierarchy. The question goes, if you have a list, because I'm not sharing, I'm just gonna copy this and then put it there. So it goes, if you have a list, you have a logical, an integer, a double character where it can be transformed by combining your logical character and then transforms it into a character. So it follows, I guess, certain path for it to change. Like here, it could have, I believe, it could have been like, okay, this can be interpreted as a false. This could have been false true. But instead, it was like, okay, let's change this logical first. That's hence why we had 0, 1. So I'm just gonna paste this here. We're combining A and this. So this was just to say a quick way of recognizing a character vector is by the codes printed. So how do you know this is a character? You just see the codes without even having to type off so that you can find out what it is. So you can, these are the automatic conversions it's been doing. When you read this, you can convert things by yourself. So if you have a character example of this, these are characters, so you're going to have 0, 2, 4 in our character vector example. But then if you want it to be, there's functions as such as .as. I wonder if I can do this. Can I do this? Sorry. I'm just gonna, how do I quit this? I hope this is not gonna close. Okay. I wanted to know if I can do this. Yeah, it tells you that the .s, it coerces, it forces an object to belong to a certain class. So .s, it was, here it was automatically saying, okay, because you have these different types, automatically make everything a character. But in this case, when we have this, we can make everything into a double. So it will take How do I make my screen bigger? So you have a character you want to coerce. This is just the name. It says s.w so s.double, and then you put this character vector we have here, which is 0, 2, 4. These are characters, and then it has changed it to a double. When you do this, when you print it out, it's gonna list it as doubles. Now the type, that's how you force the type to change. And then you can also force it to be to logical. I'm assuming in this type, anything that's not a 0, will be true. So if you double coerce to a logical, so now you are coercing this one, the one you have here, not the original one. So you are coercing these numbers, these doubles, to be logical, to be your true or false. Where there's a 0, it will be false, and then everything else true. That's you forcing the types to meet what you require, like to your requirement. So if you have your, let me go to Cats2 here. Let's assume here it was 1 digit. It was either 2.3 or 2.4, not without the word or. Let's assume it was 2.3, and then everything was a character. And then you're like, I want to deal with this column as doubles, as a number. You can force it to be your doubles, right? And then if you are here, you're like, this catnip column is confusing. What is zeros and ones? You can force it to be logical. That way it will be written true, 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 false, right? So, okay, they're talking about the catnip one. So they're getting the values of cats. These are our cats. 0, 101, 101. You can, sorry. You can do type of this, like we did earlier. Type of cats. Sorry, not weight. We're dealing with likes catnip. This likes catnip. It's whether it likes it or not. Does it like it? If it's a yes, it puts 1. It does it like it? No, it puts a 0. Does it like it? Yes, 1. So it's an integer. And now you can force it to be logical. They just created another variable. Cat likes catnip. It's gonna change this to a logical, and then you see here it overrode what we did because we are not changing. We are just taking this variable as it is. We do not give it a different name, which is why it changed our table to true, false, true. Our ones being true, this being false. Okay. Are we together? Any questions so far? Okay, there's a challenge using object-cas to print the data. I'm gonna skip the challenge. I think we'll go back so that you do it on your own. I'm just gonna, after the rest of this, I'll go back because it's a lot of challenges. Challenge. Okay. So I'm gonna skip those challenges. We'll come back to them once we are done with this page where we are at. We have that some basic factor we have like C, our combine, can also be used to append things to an existing vector. So if you already have a vector, here we've been doing C, your A and B or whatever, and then it's just combining characters. Like here, if you do CAB, it's just combining these two. Then you have AB, and then it's saying it can also combine a vector and something else, right? Or two vectors, or append. It can add to an existing vector. So we have an existing vector now, which is AB vector. If we want to add another element, we want to append to it. There's the combine example. You'll see you can just create a variable and then you have AB SW. We are appending SW. You can also make series of numbers. It depends on what the length you need. So you have my series. I don't know why it's. You'll have my series and then 1 to 10. This 1 to 10, it means numbers 10 to 1 to 10, right? From 1 to 10. It will depend on the list you want, the series of numbers you want. You can have it there. If I do AB, ABC, this is just a name, but it's important. Don't be like me where you label ABC. It should have valuable meanings. So, oh, sorry, I did only 19 to 20. I'm just gonna override that, do to 30 so that you see. This is just saying from 19 up to 20, we only get 2, from 19 up to 30. So you're gonna get 19 up to 30. So we're gonna be dealing with sequence. If you don't know what sequence is, you just help. So sequence, it just generates regular sequences. The default one is 1. You start by counting 1, right? So if you have sequence 10, it's just gonna list 1 up to 10. And then one of the inputs, it says by, which is the number you are gonna increment to the sequence. By default, it's 1. But if you specify by, so yeah, like from 1 to 10, yeah, like by, I don't know what's going on with my computer. By 0.1, I forgot a comma. And then if I do by 0.5, that just means from the what you specified to the end, what should we count by? If you do, well, 5 work because there's only 2. Yeah. If you do by 2, it will just keep adding by 2, right? Are we all together on this sequence? Thumbs up. Are we sleeping? Okay. Thank you. So we can have a sequence example. It has 20 to 25. If you do head where you increment by 2, sorry, you do head where you just take the first 2, you're gonna get those. And then tail, you do tail the last 4. Yeah, so head, it takes the first number of whatever you specified. If you put here, let's change the view, like let's look at the first 5 elements. Or there are already 5. Let's look at the first 3 elements. You should print out the first 3. If you do tail and then you're like, I want to look at the last 2 elements of this sequence example, it's gonna give you those 2. These are some of the questions you do to some of the items you can do to vectors, right? You can check the length of the vector. You can get the head and then, okay, you can get the tail, the last end. You can get the length, 6. You can ask what type it is. In our case, it's an integer.
Hello.
Yes.
The head,
Yes.
that sequence of 20 to 25,
This one here, yes.
the head is, and the number is increasing by 2. So I don't understand.
No,
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 it's
I was
not
saying
the head by 2. What do?
I was saying the head, you get the first 2 elements if you specify 2
Okay.
here for the
Okay.
function head. The one where it's increasing, it was the sequence here where you were
It's not by, okay, I
putting the
understand.
sequence. Here we are talking about some of the functions, what you can do with a vector, right? You can look at it, you can print it out, you can look at only its head, the first 2 elements where you put in, you can look at the head for the first 3 elements, because sometimes this list may be like thousands of files, right? Sorry, thousands of rows. So you want to look at only the head or maybe the last 2, which is our tail. You use head to look at the first few elements, tail to look
I
at the
use
last
tail
few
to this too,
elements.
yeah.
Yeah, and then this n is just you specifying how many elements. What's the default here? Let me see if you don't specify. The default, I think it's 10. Or is it 5? So it's gonna, because our list is only 5 items, it's gonna list everything. But if we had more, it was going to list. It was going to list What's the default? James, do you know what's the default number for tail head?
I don't know the default.
Yeah, if you do like head, the default is it 10 or 5? If you had
Usually
more elements.
I think
It's
5 or 10.
yeah, it's either 5 or 10, but because our list is small, that's why everything appears when we just do the default tail. Yes, these are things you can just use. You can check the length. It has 6 items, 20 to 21, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The type of elements in these, they are integers. You can get like, you can be like, I want to access these individually. So let's say you would have first element being sequence, you just do sequence example, and then in the brackets is the position of the element you want to get, right? If you do enter, you're gonna get 20. If you want to do second element, then that's you wanting to access the second element, it will provide that, right? So basically you just do sequence example, and then if you're not saving it to anything, you just write the number of elements you want to access. It will be like, okay, at the first one you have the value 20, second one you have the value 21. That's you getting the individual elements using bracket notation. And then maybe you want to change this first element to whatever value you want. They have an example changing it to 30. So you're gonna do your sequence example. The sequence example at which position? 1. What do you do to it? You assign it to 30. So when you do sequence example, you will see that this has changed. Now it has replaced the 20 with a 30 because we assigned it to 30. Then we have lists. Another data structure you want to know is list. List is simpler in some ways than other types because you can put anything in it. Remember, with the vector, everything must be of the same type, right? With a list, you can put whatever you want to put. So if you do list, you assign it list 1, which is our number, and then the character, and then a logical value, and then a complex number. If you do list, it will just show you, okay, you at 1 you have 1, 2 you have a character, you have a truth value, you have this. If you ask what type it is, it will tell you it's a list of 4. First element, it's a number 1. The second one, it's a character A. Third one, it's a logical value true. Fourth, it's a complex number 1 plus 4i. What is the use of lists? They can organize data of different types. For example, you can organize different tables that belong together, similar to spreadsheet or Excel. So if we were adding our cats to a list here when we were doing, oh, now we have a lot of things. When we were doing cats here, you remember the additional one was a character. So if we're adding them earlier, it were lists, not vectors. We would have had double, 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 and then a double, a double, a double, and then a character. It's a list. It should have accepted it without forcing or changing the type. So to retrieve, we've been using earlier to retrieve an element, you were using a single bracket. In lists, we use double brackets. Here, to retrieve the first element in the sequence example previously, we were using just one bracket, right? But here, if we want to retrieve this, we use double brackets. If you want to retrieve this, it's double brackets, and then the position of the item. If you want to retrieve true is just 1, 2, 3. You just list and then double brackets and then 3. The elements of list can also have names. They can be given by appending them to the values separated by equals. So here you have a list. In the list you have this, and then you can have another list. You can have another list. You can have what they mean by they can have names. You can assign, you can have title being equals to numbers. You can have numbers. You can have data equals to true. So if you look at our list, we have this, it's a character, you have this, it's a list. So you basically have a list inside a list, right? And then this, it's a logical value. So if you do another list, you will have that, you have numbers, title as numbers, you have numbers with as a list, and then you have data equals to true. And then to access, in this case, if you want to access, because it's named by elements, you can do another list, and then when you do $, it will give you all the options you have to access those. So if you want to access those numbers, you can do title, then you have that. Are we all together? Should we take a 10-minute break? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 15:33. Let's meet at 14:33.
When are we closing today?
Yes?
When are we closing today?
Oh, let me check, James.
Sorry, I was on mute. It says on the thing actually 3. I thought it was 4 local time.
Okay.
Sorry, we've gone over
So
a bit there.
maybe then we've gone over a bit. So I don't know. Maybe we can stop here and continue here tomorrow. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. We're at the end of another list, right? And then we actually start a new section, names. Is that right?
Yes, we're gonna start names.
So yeah, it is quite a good like natural break, I guess.
So
Yeah, I think so. What do you think?
yes, we can stop here today because we went over a bit. But there were before we go, there were exercises we skipped. You can look at that later on, just to familiarize yourself. We skipped challenge 1, I think, up to challenge. Yeah, it's all challenge 1 because it continues. You can do that. We'll meet tomorrow then. Anything to say, James?
Yeah, I agree with that. All good for me. Does anybody have any questions or want to say anything before we close?
No. We are tired
Yeah.
today, sure.
A long one.
The second day. You people are doing a great work. You are doing great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, I guess then we can leave for today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 9 local time, I think, again. Thank you very much for Sanati for leading the day and covering all that complicated data structure stuff. That's not easy to keep talking about. I think you've done excellent, so thanks a lot for that.
Not easy.
It's kind of complicated, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, tomorrow, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, see you all tomorrow.
See
See
you
you.
tomorrow. Please, sorry, could you post the timetable again?
Yeah, I'll put a link in the chat now with the...
Yeah, let me see it again.
part of this R that is done. And currently this is installing R inside the Ubuntu operating system. Okay.
Okay, if there's anything else, I'm going to exit. See you tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Sorry, James, can I ask?
Of course, of course.
Why is R having 2 days? Is it because of it has a lot of content more than Bash and Git? Why is it having much focus?
I think even it has 3 days. We're going to do some tomorrow and some on Friday. I think because Bash is often what we learn first, but it's the kind of fundamentals of just moving around your computer a little bit, using the command line and changing directories and making folders. But actually, you don't really do that much stuff in Bash. R is a language for doing stats. At least I'm speaking for myself and probably many biologists and similar, where you'll actually do your stats and your analysis more like in R or with Python. So Bash is the first introduction to coding and using the command line, but R is where we'll do most of the magic. What do you think, Sanate? I don't know if she's still here. And Git, yeah, I mean, Git maybe could have had longer, but again, Git is a system that we use. But really, I imagine I didn't set the curriculum for this, but I imagine it's because they envisage that people will want to do stats and they want to process data and work and make plots and all of that kind of thing. Where R is really, I think, an important tool for doing that kind of stuff.
Okay, so with do you think that with basic Bash I can get around with NGS data, genomics data? Or do I have to get to intermediate level?
You can run tools. I mean, it depends what you want. So part of the reason why Bash is really useful is because a lot of the software for bioinformatics are run from the command line. What kind of data do you work with, or will you work with?
So far I've worked with compounds and looking into working with RNA-seq soon.
So I guess the way that I think of that is you'll get if you're doing the whole process, then you'll get the RNA-seq data. And there'll be some bioinformatics, more hardcore bioinformatics, genomics steps, which are like assessing the quality of the reads, trimming the reads, mapping them to the genome or the transcriptome, and then counting how many times each gene is covered in the RNA-seq. And this would mostly, like at least as far as I've done, it will mostly be done from bioinformatics tools run from the command line, in which case you don't need to learn lots of complicated Bash because the tools are often just one-line tools that you run, you just had some arguments. But that's why but you will have to make directories to save the output and make sure the file paths are correct and all of that kind of thing. So I think for this kind of analysis, it's important to be able to navigate a bit the command line where you'll run that type of tool. And then you'll get in the end a table in a lot of analyses that says sample and gene, and the values will be like transcript count, so how many times that gene was how many transcripts for that gene were seen per sample per gene, and that will be loaded into often R, it seems to me, for transcriptomics. And in R, you will do further analysis, normalizing and kind of pre-processing, filtering, and then doing differential expression, doing the plots. It seems to me most common to do that in R. So you need, for that full pipeline, you have both, is what I'm saying. You need some basic skills to navigate the the command line tools, and then the ask that are to do the kind of stats work on it. I mean, this is following a common pipeline. The tools are like, Fast QC and Start, and then Bowtie and Salmon and Callisto, for example. I don't know if you're thinking about using those, but those are run from the command line as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Okay. So after Bash, the R will be more of statistics, ne? The
Yeah, I think
graphs.
so. Exactly. That's where you have your table already, and actually you're not working so much with complicated data, random reads and all of that kind of stuff. You've got yourself a table of transcript counts, and you want to compare stuff, yeah, and do the stats.
Okay, that's cool stuff. Thank you very much.
It's very exciting. So you're thinking about doing that? You're doing some RNA-seq stuff soon?
Thinking about that. I'm planning to do that.
That would be very cool.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All good. All right, yeah, enjoy your evenings and see you again tomorrow.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Hi, Dorcas, do you have a question?
Hello,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was to ask, is there a difference between the main branch and the master branch?
As far as I know,
Yeah,
they refer to the same kind of thing. So when you have a GitHub, a Git project or a GitHub repository, the branches, do you know what the branches, are you familiar with the branches?
yeah,
Because they allow you to work separately on different parts of the project without interrupting each other. So you would branch to add the plot script in one branch, and then you would, I don't know, do another analysis in another branch, and you could work separately without clashing, and then you can merge them back together at the end. And you always will come back to a main branch or a master branch, which is kind of where you have the most up-to-date but fully tested version of your code that everything runs on, and then you do updates on separate branches. So the main master, I think, is just a naming convention to refer to the main branch of the project.
okay,
And as far as I know, this is just like different names for that main branch.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Did you find the day okay? And did you have any other questions?
Nope, it was that one only. Thank you.
No worries. And see you tomorrow.
Yeah, bye.
All right. Bye-bye.